In a world marked by rapid technological innovation, unprecedented access to information, and daily demands that challenge our capacity to reason, many seek a guiding light to navigate the depths of thought and the heights of action. Centuries ago, such a light emerged in the ancient world, a beacon that continues to illuminate our modern lives. That beacon is Aristotle, a figure whose intellect, ethical rigor, and unwavering pursuit of knowledge have profoundly shaped the trajectory of Western thought. Aristotle's legacy is not solely in the intricate treatises or the profound metaphysical discourses he has left behind. Rather, it is in the vitality and applicability of his thought, a structured way of approaching truth, understanding virtue, and discerning the path to happiness and fulfillment. He invites us to think with clarity, to observe with intensity, and to act with integrity. His philosophy, deeply rooted in observation, ethics, reason, and practical wisdom, is as relevant today as it was over 2 millennia ago. The aim of this book is ambitious but practical, to unfold Aristotle's intellectual framework and demonstrate, step by step, how his ancient wisdom can be applied to sculpt a rational, balanced, and meaningful modern life. Each chapter examines an essential element of Aristotelian philosophy, translating complex doctrines into accessible and actionable insights. We begin by encountering Aristotle as a man and thinker, a student, a teacher, and an explorer of the world's deepest secrets. From his understanding of happiness as eudaimonia to his articulation of reason as the highest human virtue, and from his advocacy of the golden mean to his meticulous explorations of logic and ethics, Aristotle offers a template for living with depth, balance, and discernment. You will learn not only about Aristotle's ideas, but also how to think as he did, systematically, ethically, and rationally. Through his eyes, observation becomes a path to understanding. Logic provides clarity in the chaos, and ethical reasoning transforms daily choices into acts of virtue. Aristotle's thinking demands more than intellectual engagement. It calls for transformation, for the cultivation of habits that align thought and action toward the flourishing of self and society. This journey is neither abstract nor detached from real life. As readers, you will discover ways to apply Aristotle's methods to contemporary challenges, be it in personal decision-making, workplace dilemmas, or the pursuit of a good and rational life. Through reflection, practice, and a commitment to rational inquiry, Aristotle's wisdom can help each of us become architects of our own flourishing. As we embark together on this philosophical odyssey, let Aristotle's insights become an enduring companion, guiding you toward clarity, virtue, and a life well thought out and well lived. Chapter 1. The Philosopher's Path. Who was Aristotle? It is difficult to overstate Aristotle's influence on the foundations of Western philosophy and science. Born in 384 BCE in Stagira, a small town in northern Greece, Aristotle entered the world during a time of intellectual ferment, profound political change, and vibrant cultural achievement. In the crucible of this world, his character and worldview were forged. Understanding the man behind the ideas is essential to appreciating both the spirit and the substance of his thought. Aristotle's early years were marked by personal loss and significant opportunity. His father, Nicomachus, served as the court physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, instilling in young Aristotle a curiosity about the natural world and an appreciation for empirical investigation. However, by the age of 10, Aristotle was orphaned, which perhaps fueled his relentless pursuit of knowledge and belonging throughout his life. At 17, Aristotle journeyed to Athens, the intellectual epicenter of the ancient world, and enrolled in Plato's academy. For nearly 2 decades, he absorbed the teachings of his illustrious mentor, Plato, while simultaneously charting his own philosophical course. Although he admired Plato's commitment to metaphysical forms, Aristotle diverged sharply, emphasizing empirical observation and practical experience over purely abstract speculation. This methodological difference would later revolutionize both philosophy and scientific inquiry. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens, embarking on a period of travel and study across the Greek world. He took on roles as a tutor, most notably to Alexander the Great, whose conquests would later spread Greek culture into new realms. These years of intellectual ferment, crossing cultural, political, and disciplinary boundaries, deepened Aristotle's insights not only into philosophy and science, but also politics, ethics, and human nature itself. Aristotle's return to Athens marked the beginning of his greatest intellectual legacy. Founding the Lyceum, he assembled a community of scholars known as the Peripatetics, who pursued knowledge through dialogue, observation, and classification. The Lyceum's comprehensive curriculum covered logic, physics, metaphysics, biology, psychology, politics, rhetoric, and ethics, making Aristotle one of the most polymathic thinkers in history. Equally remarkable was Aristotle's method, systematic, observational, and critical. He believed that philosophy began in wonder, and that every phenomenon, no matter how humble, deserved scrutiny and explanation. He classified plants and animals, dissected forms of government, examined emotions, and contemplated the foundations of logic and morality. In doing so, he pioneered an approach that balanced rational abstraction with empirical investigation. Aristotle's contributions extend not only to what he taught, but also to how he taught. His writings, often composed in lecture notes and dialogues, encourage readers to follow the path of rational inquiry, engaging with the world as active participants rather than passive recipients of doctrine. His philosophical ethos was one of examining life, asking questions, and allowing reason to guide both belief and action. Today, Aristotle's influence endures not merely in academic circles, but in the structure of rational thought itself. His insistence on careful observation, logical analysis, and ethical purpose provides a blueprint for thinkers and leaders alike. As we seek to think like Aristotle, we must first encounter him as a man who navigated uncertainty, grappled with tension between tradition and innovation, and ultimately blazed trails that continue to shape our understanding of what it means to live a rational and meaningful life. In the chapters that follow, we shall move from this contextual foundation into Aristotle's core philosophical convictions, poised to learn not only the content, but also the method of his inquiry, a method that endures as a testament to the enduring power of reason and the pursuit of wisdom. Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Eudaimonia, the True Meaning of Happiness. To truly think like Aristotle, we must understand his ultimate aim for human life, the pursuit of eudaimonia. Often translated as happiness, eudaimonia in Aristotle's philosophy encompasses far more than mere pleasure or transient feelings of well-being. It's about human flourishing, the fulfillment of our potential, the realization of our highest virtues, and the attainment of a life lived in accordance with reason. Aristotle begins his Nicomachean Ethics with a foundational question: what is the highest good for human beings? He contends that every action and pursuit aims at some good. However, there must be an ultimate aim, an intrinsic good that is desirable in itself and for which other goods are sought. This, Aristotle concludes, is eudaimonia, complete, self-sufficient, and attainable by living the right sort of life. Unlike modern notions of happiness based on fleeting satisfaction or subjective states, Aristotle's concept is robust, objective, and holistic. Eudaimonia is not given by fortune or external circumstances, but cultivated through activity, specifically rational activity in accordance with virtue. Thus, to seek eudaimonia is to seek to actualize the qualities that make us distinctly human: our capacity for reason, our practice of virtue, and our engagement with life's moral challenges. Aristotle enumerates the various facets of a flourishing life. First, it is not a passive state but an active process, an activity of the soul in accordance with excellence. Virtue is the means by which individuals align their actions with their rational nature, developing both moral and intellectual virtues. Moral virtues, like courage or temperance, are cultivated through habit and deliberate choice, while intellectual virtues, such as wisdom and understanding, are developed through teaching, experience, and reflection. Integral to eudaimonia is the exercise of practical wisdom, phronesis, which enables individuals to navigate the complexities of life with discernment and balance. Eudaimonia is not attainable in isolation, but through a life lived in community, characterized by just actions, deep friendships, and meaningful contributions to the common good. Importantly, Aristotle acknowledges the role of external goods, health, friendship, and certain material necessities, which, though subordinate to virtue, can enhance the pursuit of a flourishing life. He does not advocate withdrawal from the world, but rather wise participation in its affairs. In sum, Aristotle's vision of happiness is demanding yet empowering. It requires effort, reflection, and ongoing self-improvement. It challenges us not simply to feel good, but to be good, not to seek comfort, but to seek excellence in thought, character, and relation with others. To pursue eudaimonia, then, is to commit oneself to a path of lifelong growth, grounding each step in reason and virtue. In a world often preoccupied with ephemeral rewards and individual gratification, Aristotle's account restores depth and purpose to the question of what makes life truly worth living. Chapter 3. Reason as the highest virtue. Aristotle's identification of reason as the crowning virtue of humanity stands as a central pillar of his philosophical system. Unlike other living beings, Aristotle argued, human nature is distinguished by logos, reason, the capacity for rational thought, deliberation, and the comprehension of universal truths. For Aristotle, living well depends fundamentally on the development and exercise of this unique faculty. To grasp the significance of reason, we must consider Aristotle's theory of the soul, psyche. He delineates the soul into various faculties, corresponding to different forms of life: nutrition for plants, sensation for animals, and reason for human beings. The rational part of the soul is thus seen not as an optional attribute, but as our defining essence. Fulfilling our nature requires the cultivation of reason in every aspect of life. Aristotle distinguishes between two kinds of reason: theoretical and practical. Theoretical reason concerns itself with immutable truths, mathematics, metaphysics, and the first principles of nature. Practical reason, on the other hand, is the governing principle of action, guiding choices, desires, and ethical behavior. According to Aristotle, a well-lived life integrates both. The contemplative life enriches understanding, and the practical life ensures wisdom, translates into virtuous action. Reason is the lens through which we make sense of experience. It enables critical inquiry, the examination of beliefs, and the refinement of judgment. It provides the foundation for meaningful self-determination. Aristotle believed that by acting in accordance with reason, we transform instinct into virtue, habit into excellence, and potentiality into actuality. Moreover, reason is the architect of virtue. While emotions, desires, and appetites are inevitable parts of the human condition, Aristotle contends that reason ought to regulate them. It is through rational deliberation that we discern the intermediate or mean in matters of conduct, weighing circumstances and avoiding excess or deficiency, a theme that finds its fullest expression in the doctrine of the golden mean. Virtue, Aristotle maintains, is inseparable from reason. Moral virtues exist in the character and are formed by repeatedly choosing the rational course until virtuous behavior becomes second nature. Intellectual virtues, meanwhile, are honed through study and reflection, fostering wisdom, understanding, and sound judgment. Both forms of virtue presuppose a commitment to rational self-examination. Central to Aristotle's view is the conviction that reason is not just a means to happiness, but its very essence. The highest form of human life, the truly excellent life, is one devoted to reasoned activity, contemplation, and self-mastery. These are the hallmarks of eudaimonia and the attributes that distinguish those who live according to their true nature. In our contemporary context, Aristotle's veneration of reason serves as a timeless corrective to impulsivity, prejudice, and the abdication of personal responsibility. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment are not bestowed by fortune, but achieved through the continuous cultivation of our rational capacities. As we proceed, we will witness how this commitment to reason provides the necessary compass for navigating the complexities of ethics, relationships, and self-realization. Chapter 4, The Golden Mean. Finding balance in all things. Among Aristotle's most enduring insights is the doctrine of the golden mean, the idea that moral virtue resides in the equilibrium between excess and deficiency. This principle, ingeniously simple yet profound, affirms that to live rightly is to achieve balance in the manifold aspects of character and conduct. According to Aristotle, virtues are not innate, but developed through habit and practice. Each virtue is conceived as the mean between two extremes, both of which are vices. Courage, for example, is the mean between recklessness, excess, and cowardice, deficiency. Generosity lies between prodigality and stinginess. Temperance stands between indulgence and insensibility. The mean, however, is not a fixed point, but is relative to each individual and circumstance, a function of practical wisdom. The golden mean emphasizes moderation and self-mastery. It cautions against the dangers of both overindulgence and suppression, advocating for a deliberate calibration of impulses, emotions, and actions. Such discipline is not ascetic. Rather, it seeks to channel our energies constructively, ensuring that our responses are appropriate to context and conducive to well-being. What distinguishes Aristotle's account is its practicality. The golden mean is neither abstract nor dogmatic. It requires careful attention to the particulars of each situation, the context, the people involved, the stakes at hand. It calls for continuous self-examination, humility, and adaptability. The virtuous person is not simply one who follows rules, but one who acts with discernment, weighing alternatives and anticipating consequences. The application of the golden mean extends beyond ethics into the broader domain of life. In our age, where extremes are often valorized, whether in ambition, consumption, or opinion, Aristotle's advocacy of balance remains crucial. It urges us to find harmony between work and leisure, freedom and responsibility, assertiveness and empathy. Virtue, then, is not a matter of denying desires, but of harmonizing them with reason. The golden mean is the embodiment of practical wisdom, the capacity to steer a steady course between the Scylla of excess and the Charybdis of deficiency. This balanced approach cultivates not only individual character, but also social harmony. As moderation fosters trust, cooperation, and mutual respect, Aristotle's doctrine demands that we investigate our own tendencies and adjust our habits accordingly. It recognizes the diversity of human experience, allowing for flexibility while upholding the ideal of rational moderation. To embrace the golden mean is to embark on a lifelong journey of self-regulation, growth, and ethical refinement. By internalizing the wisdom of the golden mean, we not only refine our personal character, but also contribute to a more balanced and humane society. Aristotle's insight, rooted in the realities of human nature, remains a timeless guide for navigating the intricacies of moral life, encouraging us to seek not extremes, but the equilibrium where virtue resides. Chapter 5. The Power of Observation, Learning from the World Around You. One of Aristotle's most distinctive contributions to philosophy and science was his commitment to empirical observation. Unlike many of his contemporaries who preferred speculation or reliance on myth, Aristotle championed a methodical engagement with the world, the careful, systematic examination of nature, society, and the self. For Aristotle, observation was not passive but active, initiating a process of inquiry that lay at the heart of intellectual and practical excellence. Aristotle's works abound with accounts of the natural world, the classification of plants and animals, observations about meteorology and astronomy, and inquiries into the physical properties of matter. His approach was to start with phenomena, the things immediately given to experience, and then to ascend through careful reasoning to universal principles. This bottom-up method contrasted with Plato's idealism and established Aristotle as an early pioneer of scientific inquiry. The power of observation for Aristotle extends beyond natural science. In ethics, politics, and psychology, he relies on attentive study of actual behaviors and existing customs to inform normative conclusions about virtue and the good life. He recognizes that wisdom emerges from an honest encounter with reality, not from ignoring or distorting it to fit preconceived ideas. Observation is thus both a source of knowledge and a discipline of attention. Aristotle believed that perception, aesthesis, is the starting point for all human learning. Before we can theorize, analyze, or judge, we must see. Developing this capacity involves cultivating mindfulness, curiosity, and openness to surprise. It is through observation that we begin to recognize patterns, discern causes, and understand the diversity and unity of the world. Moreover, Aristotle's approach bridges theory and practice. His ethical insights are grounded in observation of moral exemplars, people whose conduct embodies virtue. In politics, his analysis of constitutions was informed by studying actual city-states, not merely inventing ideal forms. Across all domains, Aristotle urges us to honor the evidence of experience while subjecting it to rational critique. In our era, saturated with information yet plagued by distraction and superficiality, the Aristotelian commitment to observation is more vital than ever. Genuine learning depends on disciplined attention, on sustained engagement with complexity, difference, and ambiguity. Observation teaches us humility before the richness of reality and patience in concluding. To think like Aristotle requires that we be both scientists and philosophers in our everyday lives, attentive to concrete details, yet always probing for deeper reasons and connections. The practice of observation is a form of respect for the world, for others, and for oneself. It grounds us in the real, equips us for rational judgment, and ensures that our understanding arises not from fantasy, but from a deep engagement with life's manifold realities. Ultimately, Aristotle's legacy reminds us that wisdom begins in wonder and blossoms through observation. By fostering this capacity, we not only become more knowledgeable, but also more attuned to the beauty, order, and moral possibility inherent in the world around us. Chapter 6: Logic and Clarity, the Foundation of Rational Thought. Aristotle's enduring contribution to the history of thought is perhaps most evident in his development of logic. Often called the father of logic, Aristotle created the first systematic study of correct reasoning, laying foundational principles that continue to shape disciplines ranging from mathematics to law. For Aristotle, logic is not a dry technicality, but the very bedrock of rational inquiry, the means by which we distinguish truth from falsehood, clarity from confusion. Aristotle's logical works, collectively known as the Organon, introduce a variety of critical concepts: the syllogism, categories of being, rules of definition, and principles of non-contradiction. Central among these is the syllogism, a logical argument consisting of premises and a conclusion, structured so that if the premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. This method equips us to test arguments, detect fallacies, and ensure intellectual rigor. Logic, according to Aristotle, serves two primary functions. It clarifies our thinking and disciplines our expression. Clarity involves distinguishing terms, defining concepts precisely, and recognizing the structure of arguments. This precision guards against ambiguity, a source in Aristotle's analysis of many philosophical and practical errors. Arguments become tools of persuasion and discovery only to the extent that they are internally coherent and explicitly justified. The pursuit of clarity extends beyond syllogistic reasoning. Aristotle identifies various kinds of fallacious reasoning and advises vigilance against assumptions, equivocation, and hasty generalization. Logic is a safeguard against the passions, biases, and rhetorical manipulation that so easily cloud judgment. By developing logical acumen, we train ourselves in intellectual honesty, fairness, and humility before the evidence. Crucially, Aristotle's logic is inseparable from his ethics. Clear thinking supports ethical decision-making. It enables us to identify the relevant facts, weigh competing values, and anticipate outcomes. A logical mind is not a merely abstract entity, but one engaged in the practical affairs of life, seeking sound solutions rather than clever rationalizations. Today, as public discourse and private reflection are often undermined by misinformation and bias, Aristotle's insistence on logic and clarity offers a timeless remedy. An education in logic is an education in self-discipline, an apprenticeship to reason that undergirds all other forms of inquiry. To think like Aristotle is to demand more from our minds, to hold ourselves accountable to the standards of coherence, justification, and lucidity. Logic, in this view, is both a skill to be learned and a virtue to be cultivated. A habit of mind that tolerates no shortcuts, requires continuous practice, and yields a durable freedom from confusion and self-deception. As we deepen our understanding of Aristotle's logic, we recognize it not as a relic of antiquity, but as a living resource, a set of intellectual tools to bring order to our thinking, resolve the puzzles of experience, and chart a path toward truth and rational flourishing. Chapter 7, Ethics in Action, Doing What is Right, Not What is Easy. Aristotle's ethical philosophy centers on the question, how should we live? He believed that moral excellence was not merely an abstract ideal, but an achievable practice shaped through habitual action. Ethics, for Aristotle, is not detached speculation. It is a guide for living well in a world fraught with complexity. One of the cornerstones of Aristotelian ethics is the doctrine of the mean. Virtue, in Aristotle's view, lies in finding the moderate path between extremes of excess and deficiency. Courage, for example, stands between rashness and cowardice. Generosity avoids both prodigality and stinginess. This balanced approach requires not only insight, but active engagement with our choices and circumstances. True ethical behavior demands more than simply knowing what is right. It also demands the fortitude to choose the right action, especially when faced with adversity. Aristotle recognized that it is far easier to succumb to convenience or self-interest than to pursue the burdensome path of virtue. Doing what is right often involves sacrifice, discomfort, or challenge. The virtuous person distinguishes themselves by their willingness to endure hardship in the pursuit of justice, honesty, and equity. Such individuals shape their character through disciplined action, forging habits that eventually make virtue a natural part of their lives. Central to acting ethically is the process of moral deliberation. Aristotle emphasized that virtuous actions are chosen knowingly and intentionally. They arise from a well-formed character and deep understanding. A person cannot be truly virtuous by accident or under compulsion. Virtue must be the fruit of conscious choice and reflection. This means cultivating the intellectual capacities to recognize the morally salient features of a situation and the emotional strength to act in accordance with one's judgments. Furthermore, Aristotle warned against the dangers of moral complacency. He admonished those who measure goodness by the ease of their actions, for ease frequently signals the path of least resistance, not the route of true character development. To act ethically is to be vigilant against our own rationalizations and excuses. Aristotle called this active process practice, likening moral virtue to a skill or art. It is perfected only through repetition and mindful effort. Ethics for Aristotle is also deeply social. Our actions, he argued, impact not only ourselves but the entire community. The pursuit of virtue is entwined with the well-being of others. The just person contributes to the flourishing of society, not only in bold acts of moral courage, but also in the quiet, day-to-day choices that support the common good. In this way, individual virtue finds its fullest expression in service to others, reinforcing the fabric of communal life. In the final analysis, doing what is right, not what is easy, is the distinguishing mark of ethical maturity. It requires self-control, wisdom, and the persistent will to rise above base impulses and fleeting temptations. By embracing this challenge, each person shapes their character, transforms their relationships, and elevates their society. Aristotle's enduring legacy invites us to pursue this path, not merely for our own fulfillment, but for the good of all. Chapter 8. The Art of Deliberation. Thinking before acting. At the heart of Aristotle's philosophy lies an unwavering devotion to reasoned deliberation. In his view, human beings flourish not by instinct alone, but by cultivating the capacity for thoughtful reflection prior to action. The art of deliberation is the mark of rationality, separating the wise from the rash and the prudent from the impulsive. Aristotle delineated the process of deliberation as a gradual, methodical inquiry into the nature of events and choices. He emphasized that proper action stems from understanding, not mere reaction. The process begins with the recognition of a situation requiring judgment. The agent examines the available options, evaluates the potential outcomes, and considers the ethical dimensions involved. This reflective pause is essential, for it allows one to weigh the evidence, anticipate consequences, and avoid the pitfalls of hurried decisions. Integral to Aristotle's conception is the notion of practical wisdom, or phronesis. Practical wisdom is distinct from theoretical knowledge. It is the skill of applying general principles to the particulars of everyday life. Those endowed with phronesis are adept at recognizing nuance, contextualizing dilemmas, and discerning the right course amid uncertainty. For Aristotle, this quality is not innate, but honed through experience, education, and habituation. Deliberation for Aristotle is not an isolated activity. It is a dialogical process. He advocated seeking counsel, sharing perspectives, and engaging with others in thoughtful discussion. Through conversation, individuals clarify their beliefs, uncover blind spots, and illuminate the range of possibilities before them. Consequently, group deliberation nurtures collective wisdom and guards against the tyranny of personal bias. In his ethical writings, Aristotle asserts that the absence of deliberation often leads to error, irresponsibility, and regret. The unexamined impulse is prone to passion and prejudice, whereas the disciplined mind exercises restraint, selecting actions that harmonize with moral virtue and rational purpose. Deliberation thus functions as a safeguard, narrowing the gap between intention and outcome. However, Aristotle also cautions against excessive hesitancy. While reflective judgment is essential, indecision undermines action and paralyzes resolve. The virtuous person strikes a balance. They reflect sufficiently to secure the best course, then act with confidence once reason has spoken. Deliberation is not an end in itself, but a means to informed, effective agency. Through deliberation, individuals cultivate the intellectual virtues that underpin sound judgment. These virtues, prudence, understanding, and foresight, enable one to navigate life's complexities with grace and integrity. The habit of thinking before acting gradually transforms character, embedding wisdom into the fabric of daily existence. In modern times, faced with rapid technological change and an overwhelming influx of information, the art of deliberation is more vital than ever. Aristotle's teachings urge us to slow down, engage our faculties, and exercise true autonomy over our choices. By mastering the discipline of deliberation, we enhance our effectiveness, deepen our self-knowledge, and ultimately secure the good life desired by all. Chapter 9. Friendship and Virtue, the Bonds that Build Character. In Aristotle's ethical framework, friendship occupies a privileged position as both an essential component of human happiness and a powerful engine for moral development. Unlike the fleeting connections that often characterize modern social life, Aristotelian friendship is rooted in virtue, mutual respect, and shared purpose. Aristotle distinguishes three kinds of friendship, those based on utility, pleasure, and virtue. Friendships of utility arise when individuals associate for mutual benefit. Business partnerships, for example, or alliances forged out of necessity. Friendships of pleasure, though more intimate, are centered around enjoyment and entertainment. While these relationships can foster camaraderie, Aristotle asserts that they lack the stability and depth required for genuine character growth. Friendships grounded in virtue, by contrast, are the highest form. In these unions, each party values the other for their excellence and moral qualities, not merely for transient gain or enjoyment. Such friendships are enduring, as they are built upon a foundation of shared values and joint commitment to the good. For Aristotle, friendship serves as a mirror for personal development. Within its bonds, individuals test their convictions, refine their virtues, and receive gentle correction. Friends encourage each other to aim higher, to embody courage, honesty, generosity, and justice. Through honest criticism and steadfast support, friends foster growth, helping one another to actualize their best selves. Moreover, Aristotelian friendship nurtures empathy and understanding. It compels individuals to transcend selfish interests, to consider the needs and perspectives of others. This capacity for other regard is essential to the formation of ethical character. The truly virtuous person does not live in isolation, but is sustained by the intricate web of relationships cultivated over time. Aristotle insists that friendship is indispensable to happiness, or eudaimonia. No amount of wealth, fame, or success can substitute for the warmth and fulfillment offered by genuine companionship. The shared pursuit of excellence deepens life's meaning, rendering joy sweeter and adversity lighter. Friends serve as confidants, collaborators, and co-aspirants in the quest for virtue. Yet Aristotle warns that virtuous friendship requires discernment. Not all associations are healthy or elevating. Individuals must choose their companions wisely, seeking those who inspire moral fortitude and intellectual curiosity. In turn, one must strive to embody the very qualities one desires in others, thus attracting the friendships capable of shaping character. In the community, friendship extends its transformative power outward. As networks of virtuous relationships proliferate, they generate a culture of trust, cooperation, and civic engagement. Aristotle believed that the flourishing of society depends upon these bonds, which bridge personal ambition and the common good. In the final analysis, friendship and virtue are intimately connected. The bonds forged in pursuit of ethical excellence become the crucible within which character is formed and sustained. Aristotle's vision challenges us to cultivate friendships of depth and integrity, thereby building the inner resources required for a life well lived. Chapter 10. The Role of Education in the Good Life. Education, according to Aristotle, is not merely the transmission of factual knowledge or vocational skills. It is the lifelong cultivation of reason, virtue, and character. To achieve the good life, he argued, individuals must engage in an educational process that extends beyond the classroom, shaping not just minds, but entire personalities. From his earliest works, Aristotle emphasized the transformative potential of education. He believed that the purpose of learning was to enable individuals to function as rational, ethical beings, capable of making wise decisions and contributing meaningfully to society. Education instills the intellectual and moral habits essential for excellence. It is the soil in which seeds of virtue germinate and flourish. Integral to Aristotelian education is the harmonization of rational and emotional faculties. Aristotle insisted that true education teaches not only how to think clearly, but also how to feel appropriately, to experience empathy, restraint, and compassion. Inculcating virtue requires training both the passions and the intellect, encouraging students to aspire toward noble ideals while checking destructive impulses. Aristotle advocated for a comprehensive curriculum, encompassing the arts, sciences, logic, ethics, and politics. He regarded the study of philosophy as paramount, for it exposes the learner to the fundamental questions of existence and meaning. Mathematics, rhetoric, and history likewise serve as vehicles for expanding reason and contextual understanding. This broad spectrum of knowledge prepares individuals for the demands of civic life, nurturing informed citizens capable of wise self-governance. Central to Aristotle's view is the role of education in fostering autonomy. The educated person, he posited, possesses the ability to inquire critically, to discern truth from falsehood, and to exercise independence of thought. This intellectual empowerment is the basis for responsible action and the defense against manipulation or ignorance. Yet, Aristotle's conception of education is deeply social. He maintained that learning occurs not in isolation, but through engagement with teachers, mentors, and peers. The educational community provides the scaffolding necessary for growth, offering models of virtue and sources of emotional support. Dialogue, debate, and independent inquiry are thus essential components of the Aristotelian educational process. Aristotle also addressed the ethical dimension of education. He saw educators as stewards of character, responsible for guiding the young in the formation of habits and dispositions that will persist throughout life. The goal is not mere conformity, but the development of moral autonomy, the ability to choose the good, not because of external constraint, but from deeply ingrained conviction. In contemporary society, the relevance of Aristotle's educational philosophy is undiminished. The rapid pace of change, technological advancement, and cultural fragmentation all underscore the need for well-rounded, rational, and ethically grounded citizens. Education, in this light, becomes the chief instrument for human flourishing, equipping individuals with the faculties required to pursue the good life. Aristotle's vision invites us to extend our conception of education beyond mere utility, embracing its sacred role as the architect of virtue and happiness. The cultivation of wisdom, character, and civic responsibility through education remains our surest path to individual fulfillment and social harmony. Chapter 11, Politics and the Common Good, Aristotle's Vision of Society. Aristotle's view of politics is inextricably linked to his broader philosophy of human flourishing. He considered human beings as inherently social creatures, whose fulfillment depends upon participation in the life of the community. Politics, far from being a mere contest for power, is the highest expression of collective rationality and ethical purpose. Aristotle defined the polis, or city-state, as a natural and necessary institution. It arises not from arbitrary convention, but from the evolution of basic human associations, households, villages, and ultimately firmly organized civic entities. The polis exists for the sake of the good life, providing the conditions under which individuals can realize their potential and practice virtue. Fundamental to Aristotle's vision is the concept of the common good. He distinguished the ethical responsibilities of citizens from the narrow pursuit of self-interest. True politics strives for justice, equity, and harmony, crafting laws and practices that foster collective well-being. The virtuous citizen contributes actively to civic life, shaping the shared destiny of the community. Aristotle's classification of regimes, monarchy, aristocracy, and polity reflects his belief that political systems must be judged by their capacity to facilitate virtue and protect the common good. He criticized tyranny and oligarchy, which favor the few at the expense of the many, advocating instead for a balanced constitution in which power is shared and accountability ensured. The rule of law, he argued, must be anchored in reason, not arbitrary will. Participatory politics lies at the heart of Aristotle's ideal. He championed civic engagement, urging all citizens to deliberate, vote, and hold public office. This active involvement is not a burden, but a privilege and responsibility, fostering bonds of trust and solidarity. In turn, the community must provide educational opportunities and spaces for open dialogue, ensuring that political action is informed and virtuous. Aristotle's commitment to justice extends further to his philosophy of distributive and corrective equity. Distributive justice demands fair allocation of benefits and burdens, taking into account merit and need. Corrective justice, by contrast, aims to redress wrongs and restore balance within society. Both forms are indispensable in the maintenance of social cohesion. In his Ethics, Aristotle contended that individual virtue is incomplete without communal participation. Solitude limits our capacity for excellence. Only through interaction with others do we test our convictions, refine our understanding, and cultivate the dispositions necessary for harmonious coexistence. The health of the polis, therefore, is inseparable from the moral character of its citizens. Contemporary challenges, political polarization, inequality, and loss of civic trust underscore the urgent relevance of Aristotle's insights. His vision encourages us to transcend partisanship, seek common ground, and prioritize the collective good over factional interests. By reinvigorating civic virtue and restoring a commitment to reasoned deliberation, societies can address the complexities of modern life while remaining true to the ideals of justice and unity. Aristotle's philosophy of politics remains a powerful testament to the enduring quest for a just and flourishing world. His teachings inspire us to take seriously our obligations as citizens, to cherish the bonds of community, and to labor steadfastly in pursuit of the common good. Chapter 12. The Nature of the Soul. Understanding the Self. Aristotle's exploration of the soul forms a cornerstone of his philosophical inquiry into human nature. Distinct from mystical or purely spiritual understandings, Aristotle approached the soul as the animating principle of life, the foundation upon which rationality, emotion, and virtue are constructed. In his treatise De Anima, Aristotle delineates the soul into three aspects: the vegetative, the sensitive, and the rational. The vegetative soul governs growth, nourishment, and reproduction, functions shared by all living things. The sensitive soul is found in animals, enabling perception, movement, and desire. Uniquely human, the rational soul confers the capacity for thought, discernment, and ethical choice. Central to Aristotle's conception is the integration of reason and emotion. He rejected the strict dualism that divides body and soul, insisting instead that the two operate in dynamic harmony. The soul does not simply inhabit the body. It gives shape and purpose to biological functions, directing them toward flourishing. Emotion, in Aristotle's view, is not opposed to reason, but is shaped and refined by it. Understanding oneself, according to Aristotle, involves cultivating self-awareness, a conscious engagement with the forces that drive thought and action. The rational soul, when properly developed, enables us to reflect upon our desires, scrutinize our motives, and align our passions with the dictates of reason. This process forms the bedrock of ethical decision-making and personal growth. Aristotle placed great emphasis on the importance of habituation in shaping the soul. Through repeated action, individuals gradually internalize virtuous habits, transforming desires and impulses to conform to higher principles. The soul becomes progressively attuned to the demands of excellence, making virtuous action increasingly effortless and desirable. In the context of psychological health, Aristotle advocated for balance. Excess or deficiency in any aspect of the soul leads to dysfunction, whereas equilibrium between reason and emotion yields stability and fulfillment. This model informs his doctrine of the mean, wherein virtue is achieved by navigating the spectrum between extremes. Aristotle's philosophy of the soul also addresses the quest for identity and purpose. He regarded self-understanding as an ongoing project, the lifelong task of discerning one's strengths, weaknesses, and potential. This introspective labor is necessary for genuine self-improvement and for fulfilling one's role within the broader community. Contemporary psychology echoes many Aristotelian insights, recognizing the intricate interplay between cognition, affect, habits, and environment. Aristotle's approach offers a holistic view of selfhood, integrating biological, emotional, and intellectual dimensions in pursuit of balance and wholeness. In sum, Aristotle's inquiry into the nature of the soul provides a roadmap for self-knowledge and transformation. By embracing reason, cultivating virtue, and harmonizing the inner faculties, individuals can attain not only personal fulfillment, but also contribute meaningfully to the well-being of others. Chapter 13. Mastering Emotion, Reason over Impulse. Aristotle's understanding of the soul forms the cornerstone of his philosophy, illuminating the perennial struggle between emotion and reason. The human soul, as he conceived it, is divided between the rational and the irrational, the latter encompassing our basic desires, the former our deliberative faculties. For Aristotle, the hallmark of maturity and virtue is not the suppression or denial of emotion, but the artful harmonization of passions under the stewardship of reason. The dual nature of the soul, Aristotle's extensive analysis in the Nicomachean Ethics reveals. The soul is a battleground where impulse and rationality contend for primacy. The irrational aspect manifests as appetitive, seeking immediate gratification or responding reflexively to external stimuli. The rational aspect is deliberative, capable of reflection, judgment, and foresight. Virtue, in Aristotelian terms, arises where reason orchestrates the passions, so that every action is governed by purpose rather than caprice. Emotions, friend or foe. It is a mistake, Aristotle argues, to conceive of emotions as inherently antithetical to virtue. Emotions possess a dual character, serving as both catalysts for noble action and as potential agents of chaos. Anger, for instance, is not simply destructive. It can be just and motivating if properly directed. Courage, too, is defined not by the absence of fear, but by the rational management of it. Thus, emotional mastery is neither ascetic extinction nor indulgent surrender, but the measured application of reason to calibrate emotional response. Practical steps toward emotional mastery. How does the modern individual begin this journey of self-mastery? Aristotle prescribes a threefold approach. First, cultivate self-awareness. In contemporary terms, this might manifest as journaling, meditation, or honest philosophical discourse, all of which nurture a disciplined observation of emotional triggers and habitual reactions. Second, embrace the doctrine of the mean, Aristotle's insight that virtue lies in finding balance between extremes. Each emotion, from anger to compassion, must be expressed in the right measure, at the right time, and toward the right object. Patience, for example, resides between the vices of irritability and apathy. Generosity between prodigality and miserliness. Third, practice deliberate deliberation. Before acting on an impulse, question its alignment with long-term values. Aristotle counsels asking oneself whether the action serves the virtuous ends of rational self-development. Through repeated application, the mind learns to prioritize reason over momentary passion. Real-world applications. The Aristotelian method is eminently practical. In the heat of conflict, pause to contextualize criticism instead of capitulating to resentment. In moments of disappointment, employ reason to reframe failure as a lesson rather than a personal tragedy. In relationships, distinguish transient emotion from deeper moral grievance, ensuring that responses are anchored in rational consideration rather than fleeting impulse. The virtuous cycles. Emotional mastery develops. A virtuous cycle emerges. Rational acts breed positive emotions. Harmonious emotions support sound judgment. The disciplined individual experiences growing self-respect, improved relationships, and a greater clarity of purpose. Emotional harmony, far from being merely desirable, becomes foundational. Contemporary challenges. Modern life is characterized by constant stimuli, designed to provoke impulsive reaction, whether through social media, advertising, or societal pressures. The Aristotelian imperative to master emotion is not a relic, but a pressing necessity. It equips the individual to resist manipulation, curb impulsivity, and foster inner serenity amid chaos. Chapter 14. The Scientist Within. Curiosity and Empirical Thinking. Aristotle's intellectual legacy as a pioneer of empirical investigation is as significant as his ethical inquiries. He rejected the Platonic preference for detached abstraction, insisting instead on the direct observation of the natural world. This scientific spirit, attentive to evidence and systematic reasoning, remains a vital model for contemporary rational inquiry. The love of knowledge. Aristotle opens his metaphysics with the insight: all men by nature desire to know. Curiosity, therefore, is not a trivial pastime, but an essential dimension of human existence. It motivates the quest for understanding, spurring the individual to ask questions, seek explanations, and embrace wonder. Method over madness. The empirical approach. Unlike speculative theorists, Aristotle placed a premium on empirical reality. He argued that true knowledge arises from careful observation, classification, and inductive reasoning. For the modern reader, this translates into a preference for data. Evidence and logical analysis over bias, dogma, and assumption are central to empirical thinking is the willingness to confront uncertainty, to revise previously held beliefs when confronted by contrary evidence. The Aristotelian scientist delights in new facts and is unmoved by the discomfort of intellectual recalibration. Curiosity as a virtue. For Aristotle, curiosity is no idle fancy. It must be tethered to purpose. Intellectual virtue, or phronesis, emerges when curiosity is disciplined, directed toward meaningful investigation rather than mere novelty. Aimless questioning results in confusion. Purposeful inquiry, sharpened by rational intent, yields enlightenment. The scientific method, observation to understanding. Aristotle anticipated many aspects of what later became the scientific method. He observed animal behavior, classified living phenomena, and sought causes behind material events. The cycle of observation, hypothesis, analysis, and conclusion underpins rational investigation. In daily life, this regime translates into thoughtful deliberation before decision-making, critical analysis of personal habits, and systematic testing of solutions to persistent problems. Transformational power of inquiry. Curiosity, shaped by reason, is the engine of innovation and progress. Every scientific breakthrough, technological advance, and artistic masterpiece is born from the marriage of disciplined wonder and empirical rigor. Self-inquiry, questioning one's motives, scrutinizing patterns of belief, fosters personal evolution and psychological resilience. Applying empirical thinking. Today, contemporary society struggles with information glut and cognitive bias. The Aristotelian antidote is a spirit of skepticism, open-mindedness, and relentless verification. One must engage diverse perspectives, rigorously test claims, and be prepared to alter convictions when confronted by new evidence. Growth through rigorous inquiry. Aristotle's example calls for lifelong learning, a disposition to treat every phenomenon as a subject of investigation. Intellectual humility, curiosity, and adaptability become defining traits of the rational person. Chapter 15, Habit and Discipline, the Road to Moral Excellence. Aristotle's conception of virtue is fundamentally pragmatic. It distinguishes itself from mere theoretical aspiration by rooting itself in the soil of habitual practice and disciplined action. Virtue, as Aristotle insists, is not inherent but cultivated, built brick by brick through repeated, intentional deeds, the architecture of virtue in the Nicomachean Ethics. Aristotle famously declares, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Learning to play an instrument, mastering a sport, or achieving moral virtue follows the same path of disciplined repetition. Each choice, each small act of integrity forms the framework of character. Virtue is not a single event. It is the cumulative product of daily decisions, reinforced over time. The disciplined individual gradually embodies virtues such as honesty, courage, patience, and generosity, not from isolated acts, but from the steady rhythm of repeated behaviors. The role of deliberation discipline is not a blind routine. Aristotle emphasizes the necessity of deliberation, choosing voluntarily and acting with knowledge. Virtue arises only when actions are intentional, informed, and aligned with the good. Habit transforms intention into automaticity, but it must begin with clear-eyed reflection and self-direction. Building good habits. The cultivation of virtue commences with the identification of desired traits. Select one virtue, for instance, honesty, and practice it consistently in daily interactions. Over time, the act transforms from conscious effort to second nature. The resistance to opposing impulses is neutralized as the pattern solidifies. Breaking bad habits. Aristotle acknowledges the formidable challenge of overcoming ingrained vices. Self-examination is the starting point, illuminating habits that obstruct virtue. Replace detrimental routines with constructive alternatives. Transform impatience with mindfulness. Supplant laziness with purposeful engagement. This process requires conscious perseverance, self-compassion, and an unwavering commitment to improvement. Discipline as liberator. Modern sensibilities may equate discipline with restriction or loss of freedom. Aristotle offers a radical reappraisal. Discipline emancipates. It liberates the individual from the tyranny of ungoverned desires and external compulsions. The disciplined life is one in which reason governs, empowering autonomy and self-mastery, endurance of virtue. The journey toward virtue is lifelong, marked by progress and setbacks. Resilience, capacity to persist through difficulty, is itself a virtue. Through repeated effort, virtuous habits become ingrained, rendering goodness instinctive and spontaneous. Habits in the modern world, contemporary environments, are engineered for distraction, impulsivity, and vice. The Aristotelian challenge is to assert deliberate control, establish boundaries, design intentional routines, and ritualize beneficial behaviors. Use modern technology as a tool for self-growth, not as a master of attention. Discipline, the road to autonomy. In culmination, the disciplined pursuit of virtue produces an autonomous self, capable of wise decision-making, sustained excellence, and authentic fulfillment. Habit and discipline are not vestiges of hostility toward pleasure. but pathways to realizing the highest version of oneself. Chapter 16, The Power of Purpose, Living with Intent. Aristotle's notion of telos, the end or purpose toward which all things strive, pervades his philosophy and offers a vital key to personal fulfillment. Telos is not simply ambition or achievement, but the realization of intrinsic human potential, anchored in reason and virtue. To live with intent is to act in accordance with one's higher aims, moving persistently toward eudaimonia, the state of flourishing. Defining telos encompasses more than external success. It is the activation of latent capacities, the fulfillment of one's essence. Aristotle sees every human as possessing a unique potential to cultivate reason, embody virtue, and contribute meaningfully to the common good. Purpose, then, is not a static destination, but a dynamic alignment with one's best self, discovering personal purpose. The search for purpose begins in self-knowledge. What talents lie dormant? Which passions ignite enthusiasm? What spheres of life promise growth and contribution? Aristotle counsels deep reflection, urging the practitioner to assess strengths, interests, and opportunities to serve. Purpose is clarified not by abstract theorizing, but by honest self-inquiry and experiential engagement. Motivation of meaning, purpose grants power. When actions are suffused with meaning, motivation intensifies, resilience deepens, and persistence becomes natural rather than forced. The grind of daily effort, when tethered to meaningful ends, transforms from drudgery to fulfillment. Purpose as guiding star in turbulent times, purpose serves as a moral compass. For Aristotle, the highest good provides direction amid uncertainty, the standard by which all decisions are weighed. When one's telos is well defined, distractions lose their allure, values are safeguarded, and life acquires coherence. Living intentionally. Intentional living involves the conscious harmonization of short-term desires with long-term aspirations. Aristotle recommends routine reflection. Do my current actions advance my purpose or undermine it? This discipline preserves focus, prevents fragmentation, and cultivates integrity. Obstacles to purpose, contemporary culture tempts with consumerist excess, superficial validation, and relentless competition. Such pressures obscure authentic purpose, replacing it with ephemeral pursuits. Deliberate cultivation of inner values, personal vision, and autonomous direction is necessary to resist these distractions. Purpose in community. Purpose flourishes most brightly in community. Aristotle insists on our social nature, observing that genuine fulfillment arises through contribution to others. Individual telos is magnified when contextualized within collective well-being. Renewing purpose is not monolithic. Life's transitions, career changes, personal crises, new relationships may prompt re-evaluation. Aristotle encourages openness to transformation, viewing shifts in purpose as opportunities for deeper realization. Chapter 17, The Art of Rhetoric, Persuasion Through Logic and Virtue. Aristotle's treatise on rhetoric remains foundational to the study of persuasive communication. For Aristotle, rhetoric is neither mere manipulation nor empty flourishes. It is the ethical and logical art of persuading others through reasoned argument, trustworthy character, and empathetic resonance. Rhetoric. Aristotle defines rhetoric as the faculty of observing in any given case the available means of persuasion. It is both an art and a science, integrating logos, logical appeal, ethos, character of the speaker, and pathos, emotional connection with the audience. Logos, the logic of persuasion, the backbone of effective rhetoric, is logical argument. Aristotle's syllogisms, composed of premises and conclusions, demonstrate the power of structured reasoning. Persuasion demands clarity, evidence, coherence, and sound inference. A position must be defensible not by volume or force, but by rational substantiation. Ethos. Character as credibility for Aristotle. The speaker's character is as significant as the argument. Ethos encompasses honesty, integrity, benevolence, and competence, qualities that breed trust. Credibility cannot be artificially manufactured. It is the cumulative result of consistent virtue and ethical conduct. Pathos, the role of emotion. While reason provides substance, Aristotle does not ignore emotional appeal. Pathos, used judiciously, energizes rhetoric and strengthens the connection. The speaker must address the aspirations, anxieties, and values of the audience, not to manipulate, but to create empathetic resonance and mutual understanding. Rhetoric as a force for good. Aristotle is suspicious of sophistry, persuasion divorced from truth. The rhetorical artist is a steward of honest argumentation, using technique to illuminate reality rather than falsify it. Virtuous rhetoric aims at agreement based on shared reason and value, not at victory over ignorance. Mastering the medium. Contemporary communication occurs across multiple formats: written, spoken, digital, and visual. The Aristotelian rhetorician adapts classical principles to modern contexts, enhancing clarity, accessibility, and persuasiveness in all media. Persuasion in daily life. Rhetoric is not restricted to courtroom drama or political debate. Every interaction, whether negotiating, teaching, advising, or resolving conflict, is shaped by persuasive skill. Mastery of rhetoric empowers constructive dialogue, fosters cooperation, and diffuses moral confusion. Rhetorical practice. Aristotle advocates for continuous improvement. Study exemplary speeches and texts. Practice clear and logical argumentation. Seek feedback. Refine style and method. Rhetoric governed by logic and virtue becomes a skill for lifelong growth and positive influence. Chapter 18. Contemplation and the life of the mind. At the apex of the Aristotelian hierarchy is the contemplative life, theoria or intellectual activity pursued for its own sake. Aristotle regards this life as supremely virtuous, self-sufficient, and fundamental to human happiness. Contemplation, far from passive absorption, is the dynamic engagement of intellect with truth, beauty, and ultimate meaning. The value of contemplation. Contemplation represents the highest fulfillment of the rational faculty. Whereas practical wisdom concerns the management of daily affairs, contemplation apprehends the eternal, the nature of reality, the principles of goodness, and the mysteries of existence. Aristotle holds that the joy derived from contemplative engagement is deeper and more enduring than physical pleasure. The contemplative ideal. Aristotle describes the contemplative life as self-sufficient, requiring little from the world but the resources of the mind. This does not mandate withdrawal or asceticism. Rather, contemplation is best pursued in tandem with action, permeating all aspects of living: intellectual virtues, wisdom, understanding, prudence. These intellectual virtues are born from sustained study, dialogue, and reflection. Aristotle advises the cultivation of these virtues through active inquiry, questioning, and the fearless exploration of ideas. Mindfulness and modernity. Modern life, with its incessant pace and digital distraction, threatens the contemplative spirit. Yet the explosion of accessible information provides unprecedented opportunities for intellectual growth. Intentional pauses for reflection, through reading, discussion, meditation, or solitude, become increasingly vital. Philosophical meditation. Contemplation is enriched by philosophical meditation, structured inquiry into the nature of justice, happiness, reality, or the divine. This practice sharpens intellect, enlarges perspective, and cultivates depth. Creativity and innovation. Contemplation is not mere passive reception, but the fertile ground of creativity. Artistic expression, scientific hypothesis, and innovative thinking all spring from profound engagement with ideas. The contemplative mind is generative, not merely receptive, integrating. Contemplation with action. Aristotle rejects any dichotomy between reflection and engagement. Wise action arises from well-ordered thought. Thus, the balanced life is marked by reflection that informs conduct. The contemplative life is not to be sequestered from the practical. It is to suffuse and ennoble it. The gift of contemplation. The fruits of contemplation are intrinsic clarity, serenity, and a sense of unity with the cosmos. Master of the life of the mind, elevates the human being beyond mere survival, enabling connection with the deepest dimensions of existence. Chapter 19. Applying Aristotle today. Wisdom for the modern world. Aristotle's philosophy might have emerged in ancient Athens, yet its relevance is undimmed by the march of centuries. This chapter bridges his teachings with the pressing realities of our era, ethics in an age of complexity, the moral challenges of today, technological disruption, global conflict, climate emergency, require virtues attuned to new contexts. Aristotle's ethics, emphasizing balance, deliberation, and purpose, provide a flexible framework for ethical discernment, rationality in public life. Modern societies are beset by propaganda, polarization, and demagoguery. The Aristotelian imperative to ground beliefs and policies in reasoned argument offers an antidote to manipulation and extremism. Education. Redefined, Aristotle stressed lifelong education, not rote memorization, but the cultivation of critical and creative faculties. In an age where knowledge expands exponentially, his model points toward adaptability, curiosity, and intellectual humility, technology and flourishing. The digital arena brings new temptations and distractions, yet it also amplifies our capacity for learning and connection. By employing Aristotelian principles, deliberate use, critical discernment, and virtuous intent, we can reap technology's benefits while minimizing its harms. Civic virtue and community. Aristotle saw citizenship as active engagement in the common good. In modern democracies, this necessitates informed participation, respectful debate, and service. The revival of civic virtue is indispensable for social cohesion and fulfillment. Work and creativity. Aristotle valued fulfilling work, activity aligned with one's talents and purpose. In today's world, where careers may shift and automation threatens meaning, the Aristotelian focus on vocation as self-actualization remains timely. Mental health and well-being. Aristotle's emphasis on balance, emotion and reason, work and rest, self and society, anticipates prevailing insights about mental health. Integrating these principles fosters resilience, serenity, and wholeness. Toward a rational society, applying Aristotle today does not demand nostalgia for antiquity, but the creative adaptation of timeless wisdom. The pursuit of rational flourishing, individually and collectively, is the task of our time. Chapter 20. Living rationally, becoming the best version of yourself. All preceding chapters converge in the aspiration to live rationally, to become, as Aristotle envisioned, the fullest and best version of oneself, the meaning of rational living. Rational living is not an emotionless existence, but the continual ordering of thought, desire, and action toward the good. It means integrating virtue into every aspect of life. Daily practices for rational growth, morning reflection, intentional goal setting, mindful observation, and evening self-examination are simple, profound rituals that foster self-mastery. The role of community. Personal rationality flourishes in supportive communities. Seek mentors, cultivate friendships based on virtue, and contribute to the common good. Lifelong learning as a way of life. The rational person is ever a student, curious, open, and adaptive. Nurture a hunger for knowledge, read widely, and engage diverse perspectives. Facing adversity with reason, hardship, failure, and change are inescapable. The rational mindset transforms each setback into an occasion for wisdom. Practice resilience, patience, and hope, courage to change. Aristotle esteemed courage, not recklessness, but the strength to persevere in the pursuit of the good. To live rationally is to risk growth, embrace transformation, and overcome self-imposed limits. Celebrating progress, recognize incremental improvement. Each virtuous act, each rational decision builds toward excellence. The life well lived ultimately, to live rationally, is to approach each day as a new opportunity for virtue, knowledge, and joy. Aristotle's vision of eudaimonia lights the way, the full flowering of our potential, anchored in reason and actualized through noble action. Thus concludes the Aristotelian mind, harnessing ancient wisdom for rational living, a guide to weaving the golden threads of ancient philosophy into the vibrant tapestry of modern life. If you found this video helpful, inspiring, or entertaining, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss out on future content. Your support means the world. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Throughout the centuries, humanity has grappled with fundamental questions. Who am I? What is the nature of love, beauty, and truth? How should we live? From the marble halls of ancient Athens to the digital corridors of the modern world, few figures stand as enduring and influential as Plato, a philosopher whose penetrating insights continue to illuminate the perplexities of human existence. Think like Plato. Ancient Lessons for Modern Minds is a journey across time and thought, designed to bridge the wisdom of antiquity with the challenges and complexities of our contemporary age. Plato's ideas are neither relics nor mere intellectual curiosities. Rather, they form the foundation of Western philosophy and continue to resonate deeply in the moral, ethical, and intellectual fabric of society. In this book, we will explore 8 pivotal dimensions of Platonic philosophy, each originating in Plato's dialogues, yet transcending their historical context to engage with the perennial concerns of every generation. In the opening chapter, we turn inward, confronting the age-old injunction to know thyself and examining the transformative power of self-reflection. Next, we ascend from the earthly to the divine through Plato's meditations on love and beauty, discovering how these ideals shape our aspirations and relationships. The third chapter invokes the formative partnership between teacher and student, as Plato himself learned at the feet of Socrates, a model for philosophical inquiry that reverberates in classrooms and conversations today. Chapter 1: The Quest for Truth, Plato's Lifelong Mission. Plato's philosophical journey began amidst the intellectual ferment of ancient Greece, where thinkers strove to unearth the principles underlying existence. The son of an aristocratic Athenian family, Plato's privileged position granted him access to the finest scholars and the most vibrant debates of his era. Yet it was his encounter with Socrates that irrevocably altered his intellectual trajectory, infusing his life with the pursuit of truth, a mission that would define his philosophy. Throughout his dialogues, Plato reveals a relentless commitment to probing reality, refusing to accept the readily apparent or the widely accepted without rigorous scrutiny. The Socratic method, which he inherited and refined, embodies this spirit, a process of dialectical questioning wherein interlocutors are led to confront their assumptions, untangle contradictions, and edge ever closer to the essence of truth. For Plato, truth was not simply the correspondence of belief with fact, but an ideal, absolute, immutable, and accessible only through reason and contemplation. In the context of Athens, a city famed for democratic debate, yet marred by political unrest, Plato's quest for truth was both radical and necessary. He observed that the popular tendencies toward sophistry, rhetorical manipulation, and superficial consensus endangered the soul of the city. Truth, in Plato's eyes, needed safeguarding from the distortions of opinion, prejudice, and self-interest. Plato's dialogues often dramatize the challenges inherent to this mission. In the Apology, he casts Socrates as a gadfly, stinging the complacent and urging them to awaken from intellectual slumber. In the Republic, truth is depicted as the light that guides one out of the darkness, the allegorical cave in which humanity languishes, shackled by illusion. For Plato, the philosopher's primary function is to pursue truth with courage and perseverance, undeterred by popular resistance or personal risk. The lifelong nature of Plato's quest emerges vividly in his later works. Despite his early optimism, he grew increasingly aware of the difficulties in achieving lasting insight and societal harmony. Still, his commitment did not falter. He established the Academy in Athens, one of the earliest institutions dedicated explicitly to philosophical inquiry and the cultivation of intellectual virtue. Through teaching and mentoring, Plato endeavored to perpetuate an unending dialogue between seekers of truth. In the modern world, Plato's quest assumes renewed urgency. The proliferation of media, rapid dissemination of information, and the rise of post-truth politics challenge our ability to discern and uphold the truth. Plato's insistence on rational inquiry, critical reflection, and ethical responsibility provides enduring guidance. His model sets a standard for intellectual integrity and fortitude, encouraging us to persist in the struggle for truth even when faced with adversity or uncertainty. At its core, Plato's philosophy intimates that the pursuit of truth is not a solitary enterprise, but a communal endeavor requiring openness, humility, and the willingness to be transformed. Through detailed exploration of his dialogues, we perceive that truth-seeking is inseparable from the cultivation of virtues: courage to question, wisdom to discern, and justice to act in accordance with insight. As we embark on the journey through Plato's teachings, we grasp that the quest for truth is a process, unceasing, demanding, and profoundly rewarding. It connects us with the deepest aspects of our own nature and binds us to the greater good. To think like Plato is to embrace this quest, cultivating a mind attuned not only to what is, but to what could be, through the relentless pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. Chapter 2. The Cave Within, Escaping Illusion and Ignorance. Within the annals of philosophical literature, few metaphors resonate as powerfully as Plato's allegory of the cave. Found in Book 7 of the Republic, in this narrative, Plato describes humans as prisoners bound within a shadowy subterranean chamber, their sight confined to the flickering images cast upon the wall by objects passing before a fire. The prisoners mistake these shadows for reality, unaware of the richer world lying beyond their immediate experience. The allegory of the cave masterfully encapsulates Plato's conception of ignorance, not as mere lack of knowledge, but as captivity within flawed perceptions and unquestioned assumptions. The cave represents the limitations of sense experience and cultural indoctrination, in which individuals become habituated to partial truths and engineered illusions. Escaping this psychological cave is not a matter of physical liberation, but of intellectual awakening, a difficult and sometimes disorienting journey requiring courage, guidance, and the willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Plato insists that most people, content with the shadows of the cave, resist the arduous ascent toward knowledge. The process of enlightenment, as he vividly portrays, is gradual and often met with opposition. When the liberated prisoner returns to tell others of the world outside, he is met with disbelief and even hostility. This dynamic mirrors the challenge faced by philosophers and innovators throughout history. Those who seek to reveal deeper truths must navigate skepticism, defensiveness, and occasional persecution. The cave's imagery persists with striking relevance in modern society. Today, the shadows cast on the cave wall may be produced by digital media, societal dogma, or the selective narratives of power. People are often ensnared by echo chambers, where only certain ideas are allowed to flourish, and perception is shaped more by familiar biases than by open inquiry. Plato's allegory warns that comfort with the familiar can become a prison, obscuring the richness and diversity of experience that lies beyond. Escaping illusion, as Plato prescribes, entails the cultivation of reason, a systematic process of questioning, reflection, and discernment. The transition from darkness into light symbolizes the philosopher's ascent from mere opinion to true knowledge, achieved through education and critical dialogue. It is a deeply transformative process, marked by the rejection of passive acceptance in favor of active engagement with reality. Crucially, Plato contends that education must be more than the transfer of information. It is the art of reorienting the soul, of turning one's vision from the superficial towards the profound. The educator is not merely a transmitter of facts, but a guide, and the pupil, not a passive recipient, but an active seeker. The allegory thus serves as both a caution and an aspiration, a reminder of the perils of remaining in intellectual darkness and the promise of awakening through philosophical reflection. For contemporary thinkers, the cave within is a deeply personal phenomenon. It consists of inherited beliefs, unexamined biases, and the psychological barriers that forestall growth. Plato's exhortation is clear. To think like Plato is to embark on the journey out of the cave, to challenge our own limitations, and to persistently seek enlightenment. This process demands humility, the admission of ignorance, as well as the resilience to withstand the discomfort that accompanies revelation. Ultimately, Plato's allegory is both universal and urgent. The quest to escape illusion and ignorance is not a one-time achievement, but a continual effort, sustained through dialogue, self-examination, and the pursuit of wisdom. By recognizing the shadows that shape our understanding, and striving to perceive the forms that cast them, we engage in the highest calling of philosophy, the liberation of the mind from the fetters of illusion toward the light of truth. Chapter 3, The Philosopher's Path, How to Think, Not What to Think. Philosophy, in Plato's vision, is not a dogma to be memorized, but a method to be practiced. The distinction between how to think and what to think defines the very essence of the philosopher's path, a journey that emphasizes the cultivation of reason, the mastery of reflection, and the relentless pursuit of wisdom. Plato's educational philosophy was born from his intimate association with Socrates, whose dialectical method privileged questions over answers. The young Plato learned that intellectual authority does not lie in the propagation of fixed beliefs, but in the careful navigation of inquiry. To truly think, one must become adept at examining premises, discerning contradictions, and suspending judgment until evidence is sifted and reason is satisfied. This method finds expression in the enduring dialogues that animate Plato's corpus. Characters are rarely presented as mere mouthpieces for predetermined teachings. Instead, they engage in rigorous examination, challenging and refining each other's positions. The goal is not consensus, but clarity, a deeper understanding forged through tested argument and open-minded scrutiny. For Plato, thinking is inseparable from the cultivation of virtues. Intellectual humility, for instance, is the willingness to recognize the limits of one's knowledge and to remain open to correction. Courage, too, is required to risk discomfort and unsettlement in pursuit of greater truths. The philosopher's path is an ongoing struggle, not only against external error, but against the internal allure of certainty and complacency. The process of philosophical thought, according to Plato, is inherently transformative. It does not merely rearrange beliefs, but restructures the entire soul. By teaching how to think, philosophy equips individuals with tools to navigate uncertainty, resist manipulation, and make judicious decisions. This approach is fundamentally empowering. It encourages autonomy, responsibility, and self-mastery. In contemporary contexts, Plato's emphasis on how to think is of paramount importance. The modern world is saturated with opinions and agendas, and it is tempting to gravitate towards comfortable dogmas or charismatic authorities. Yet Plato's lesson is unwavering. True wisdom demands independent inquiry, vigilant skepticism, and an unflagging dedication to reason. The philosopher's path is also communal. Plato founded the academy not as a solitary retreat, but as a vibrant community of seekers engaged in collaborative exploration. Dialogue, debate, and constructive criticism were central to learning. This model repudiates the notion of the philosopher as an isolated genius, affirming instead that thinking flourishes through collective engagement. Thinking, then, is not an abstract exercise, but a lived vocation. It permeates every aspect of life, shaping how we relate to others, interpret the world, and orient ourselves toward the future. In cultivating the art of thinking, we train ourselves to look beyond the immediate and the superficial, to question, to analyze, and to act with deliberate wisdom. To walk the philosopher's path is to accept that certainty is rare and growth is endemic to the journey. As we adopt Plato's methods, we commit ourselves to an enterprise both demanding and exhilarating, the ceaseless refinement of our judgment, the steady expansion of our understanding, and the lifelong pursuit of insight. Thinking like Plato is thus not a fixed achievement, but a way of being, a dynamic engagement with truth that transforms both the thinker and the world. Chapter 4: The Power of Dialogue. Learning through questioning. Dialogue occupies a central role in Plato's philosophical system, embodying the method through which wisdom is discovered, refined, and communicated. The Socratic dialogues are more than literary forms. They are philosophical exercises, demonstrating that knowledge grows through question, response, and the mutual testing of ideas. Plato witnessed firsthand the power of Socrates' engagement. Unlike the orators and sophists who filled the Athenian agora with persuasive speeches, Socrates majored in sustained conversation, where each claim was scrutinized and each assumption unpacked. In adopting this method, Plato transformed the practice of philosophy into an art of collaborative inquiry, a dynamic process of seeking and illuminating truth. At its heart, dialogue is a vehicle for humility. As interlocutors exchange ideas, they recognize the limits of their understanding and the potential value in alternative perspectives. Plato's dialogues regularly depict participants correcting themselves, revising their views, and discovering unforeseen complexities. This iterative process challenges the notion of static wisdom, affirming instead that genuine learning is marked by adaptability and openness. Questioning, rather than teaching, defines Plato's educational philosophy. The recourse to pointed inquiry, whether through elenchus or maieutic, is designed to draw out the truth within, enabling learners to recognize their own errors and articulate their insights. The teacher's role, as Socrates embodies, is less to instruct than to guide, less to answer than to provoke thoughtful consideration. The power of dialogue also lies in its ability to connect. Amidst disagreement or ambiguity, conversation fosters empathy, respect, and mutual understanding. Such social virtues are essential for the cohesion of any community and for the peaceful resolution of conflict. Plato's insistence on dialogue as the foundation of learning thus has profound ethical and political implications, which remain salient in modern pluralistic societies. In contemporary education, the legacy of Plato's dialogical method can be seen in the Socratic seminar, debate clubs, and collaborative learning environments. These practices recognize that wisdom is not a commodity to be dispensed, but a process to be pursued collectively. They foster critical thinking, curiosity, and the valuable skill of reasoning through complexity. However, the art of dialogue is threatened by the rise of polarized media, entrenched partisanship, and digital communication that favors brevity over depth. Plato's model reminds us that genuine dialogue demands patience, respect, and a shared commitment to truth. It rejects rhetorical victories and instead cultivates lasting understanding through sustained engagement. By learning through questioning, we embrace a philosophy of continual growth. Each conversation becomes an opportunity to sharpen our intellect, examine our beliefs, and approach truth from new angles. Thinking like Plato, in this regard, is the cultivation of a lifelong habit, the pursuit of wisdom through dialogue, the readiness to learn from others, and the faith that truth is attainable through collaborative inquiry. The enduring power of dialogue lies in its capacity to renew our minds, fortify our relationships, and build a society committed to reason, respect, and righteousness. In the world beset by division, Plato's lesson remains clear. Only through dialogue can we hope to understand, to heal, and to flourish. Chapter 5. The Realm of Ideas, Seeing Beyond the Physical World. Plato's metaphysics, centered on the realm of ideas or forms, stands as one of the most influential contributions to Western thought. According to Plato, the world perceived through the senses is only a shadowy imitation of a higher, non-material reality. The forms, perfect, immutable, and suprasensible, constitute the true essence of all things. Understanding this realm is the philosopher's highest aspiration. In the theory of forms, Plato posits that entities such as justice, beauty, or equality exist independently of their imperfect manifestations in the physical world. These forms are accessible not through empirical investigation, but through rational insight and intellectual recollection. The sensible world, rich with diversity and change, tempts us to mistake appearance for reality. The philosopher, however, learns to discern the permanent amid the transient. The allegory of the cave epitomizes this distinction. The shadows on the cave wall symbolize mere reflections of the forms, while the ascent to the surface represents the soul's journey toward genuine understanding. The philosopher's task in Plato's vision is to transcend the world of becoming and to contemplate the world of being. Plato's conception of the realm of ideas carries profound significance for the modern mind. In an age dominated by materialism, utilitarianism, and relentless focus on measurable outcomes, the notion that higher truths exist, unobservable but real, fosters imagination, creativity, and moral aspiration. It challenges us to look beyond the exterior, to focus on what endures: justice, goodness, and beauty. This metaphysical framework has shaped countless disciplines, from mathematics and logic to ethics and aesthetics. The belief in abstract universals fuels the pursuit of knowledge and progress, inspiring generations of thinkers to unravel the mysteries underlying experience. Plane geometry, for instance, rests on the reality of ideal forms. Even though no perfectly straight line exists in nature, to see beyond the physical world is to acknowledge the limits of sense perception and to value the insights of reason. Plato counsels us to seek the truth that animates phenomena, to move from opinion, doxa, to knowledge, episteme. This transition requires discipline, training the mind to reflect, to analyze, And to imagine, the modern thinker benefits from Plato's metaphysics not by retreating from empirical inquiry, but by grounding investigation in deep principles. Intellectual curiosity, moral idealism, and visionary creativity all find their source in the belief that reality is richer and deeper than immediate appearances. To think like Plato is to embrace the invisible dimensions of existence and to aspire toward the ideals that shape and inspire the world. In this light, the realm of ideas becomes a source of hope and renewal. It reminds us that justice is not simply a convention, but an objective standard, that beauty is not only subjective, but an expression of harmonious truth, that wisdom transcends information, existing as a guiding principle. Plato's metaphysics thus elevates philosophy from mere speculation to a profound art of living. By training our minds to contemplate the realm of ideas, we affirm the worth of intellectual and moral excellence. We learn to perceive the extraordinary in the ordinary, the eternal in the fleeting, and the divine in the human. Plato's vision challenges us to become philosophers in our own right, cultivating insight and virtue in pursuit of a world worthy of our highest ideals. Chapter 6: The Search for Justice, Building a Moral Society. Justice for Plato is not merely an individual virtue, but the very foundation of a well-ordered society. His exploration of justice, most famously articulated in The Republic, remains one of philosophy's most enduring and influential inquiries. Plato sought to answer fundamental questions. What is justice? How can it be realized? Why does it matter? In Plato's vision, justice exists on two levels, the personal and the societal. At the personal level, justice is the harmonious ordering of the soul, wherein reason governs spirit and appetite. The just individual exercises self-mastery, acting in accordance with rational principles rather than impulse or desire. This internal order is mirrored in the ideal society, where each class, rulers, guardians, and producers fulfills its proper function, and leadership is entrusted to those most capable of discerning the common good. Plato's conception of justice stands in marked contrast to the relativistic and utilitarian approaches prevalent in his day and ours. Rather than interpreting justice as mere advantage to the strong or utility to the majority, Plato insists on an objective standard rooted in goodness. Justice, as he defines it, is not only fair distribution, but the alignment of each part in service to the harmonious whole. The Republic explores these themes through extended dialogue, challenging conventional wisdom and probing the foundations of political and ethical life. Plato's ideal society is hierarchical but meritocratic. It requires education, discipline, and the aspiration to wisdom. Justice in this context is inseparable from the cultivation of virtue and the subordination of private interest to the public welfare. For contemporary audiences, Plato's model of justice holds distinctive relevance. The struggle to create moral societies marked by equality, respect, and fair governance remains perennial. Plato's insight is that true justice cannot be imposed by law alone, but must be fostered within the hearts and minds of citizens. Education, ethical cultivation, and wise leadership are crucial to sustaining just societies. However, the search for justice is fraught with difficulty. Plato recognizes the obstacles posed by ignorance, selfishness, and discord. His dialogues remind us that justice is not a static achievement, but an ongoing process of negotiation, reflection, and adaptation. The just society must continually interrogate its norms, reform its institutions, and inspire its members to pursue what is noble and right. Plato's vision challenges us to expand our conception of justice, to embrace not only procedural fairness, but substantive goodness. It invites us to consider the moral purposes of laws, the responsibilities of citizenship, and the integrity of leadership. By reflecting on Plato's analysis, We gain tools for critical evaluation, ethical reasoning, and the building of communities grounded in principle. To think like Plato is to make justice the guiding aim of personal and collective life. It is to seek balance, order, and purpose, refusing the temptations of expedience and power for their own sake. In aspiring to justice, we aspire to the best within ourselves and within humanity, a mission that is both ancient in origin and eternally new. Chapter 7. The Ideal State, Wisdom as the Foundation of Leadership. In the annals of human thought, few constructs have proven as enduring or as alluring as Plato's vision of the ideal state. Written amidst the turbulence of Athenian democracy and oligarchy, Plato's Republic envisions a polity in which justice, order, and harmony reign, each rooted in the cardinal virtue of wisdom. For Plato, leadership is not a mere exercise of authority. It is the sacred obligation to guide, nurture, and elevate the souls of the citizenry. His conception departs radically from systems governed by wealth, birthright, or popular acclaim. Instead, Plato insists that those at the helm must possess a profound love of truth, an unwavering commitment to justice, and the capacity for rational deliberation. At the heart of his ideal state lies the tripartite theory of the soul, mirrored in social structure. Plato divides society into three classes: the producers, artisans, farmers, merchants; the auxiliaries, warriors or defenders; and the rulers, philosopher kings. This division is no arbitrary stratification, but a reflection of differentiated virtues. Producers embody temperance, auxiliaries possess courage, and rulers must be paragons of wisdom. Plato identifies wisdom as the unique and essential quality separating rulers from the ruled. It is not mere cleverness or technical expertise. It is the capacity to discern the good, to contemplate eternal forms beyond the shadows of opinion and desire. The wise ruler acts not for personal benefit, but in harmonious alignment with truth and justice, creating laws, institutions, and culture that foster the flourishing of all citizens. To ensure the ascendancy of wisdom, Plato designs an elaborate educational system. Only through decades of rigorous philosophical inquiry, dialectical method, and ethical discipline can one hope to attain the clarity, impartiality, and self-mastery requisite for leadership. The curriculum encompasses mathematics, dialectics, gymnastics, and above all, philosophy. Those who excel advance, those who falter serve in other capacities. In this ideal polity, leadership is not a position assumed, but a vocation earned. No one rules by inheritance, wealth, or popularity alone. The path to governance is marked by introspection, personal transformation, and an ascetic commitment to virtue. It is the governance of the wise, not the cunning, who uplift society. Plato's state offers a stark contrast to the political realities of his time, and arguably of our own. Modern societies too often elevate leaders based on charisma, material success, or demagogic appeal. Plato's model challenges such tendencies, reminding us that true stewardship requires a foundation in wisdom, the capacity to perceive what is good not only for oneself, but for the community entire. Moreover, the ideal state provides a lens through which to analyze contemporary crises. Corruption, partisanship, and short-termism, these maladies stem from the absence of wisdom at the helm. Plato's remedy is radical. Invest in education, foster self-examination, and select leaders not for popularity, but for demonstrated virtue and rational insight. What, then, is the practical legacy of Plato's ideal state for the modern reader? It is, fundamentally, a clarion call to elevate the standards by which we choose our leaders and by which we govern ourselves. Wisdom, achieved through patient effort and philosophical reflection, must be the lighthouse guiding the ship of state. In the microcosm of individual lives, Plato's vision invites us to embrace leadership as service, not domination. Whether one leads a nation, a community, a family, or oneself, The precedent is clear. Let wisdom inform every decision, let virtue shape every aspiration, and let the pursuit of the common good supplant self-interest. In summation, the ideal state stands as both blueprint and beacon. Plato's insistence on wisdom as the foundation of leadership is neither utopian idealism nor nostalgic longing. It is a living principle, ever urgent and ever vital. As we strive to resolve the dilemmas of our own societies and selves, may we remember the imperative of Plato, to lead with wisdom and to build states and lives worthy of the human soul. Chapter 8. The Philosopher King, ruling with reason and virtue. In Plato's grand architecture of governance, none holds more consequence than the figure of the Philosopher King. Rendered in the Republic as the epitome of enlightened sovereignty, the Philosopher King is neither a mere monarch nor technocrat, but the living fusion of reason and virtue. Here Plato advances an audacious thesis. The ideal ruler must be a lover of wisdom, trained by years of philosophical inquiry and possessing the rare ability to subordinate personal impulses to the dictates of reason. Plato's suspicion of ordinary politics is well documented. Observing the excesses and incompetence of Athenian democracy, he harbors little faith in the ability of untrained masses or hereditary oligarchs to discern and realize the good. Instead, he proposes a radical alternative: raise a class of citizens who pursue truth relentlessly, who cultivate the virtues not as adornments, but as habits of being, and who are equipped to rule not by accident of birth, but by the achievement of personal excellence. The Philosopher King emerges from Plato's educational labyrinth, a course spanning mathematics, dialectics, music, physical training, and crucially, the study of forms. These forms, according to Plato, are eternal and perfect realities that undergird the shifting world of appearances. The Philosopher King alone, through patient assent, apprehends the form of the good, thus becoming able to act not in service of fleeting pleasures or public opinion, but in accordance with unchanging truth. Reason is central to this ideal. The Philosopher King must demonstrate an unerring capacity for rational analysis, ethical judgment, and the identification of the common good. This ruler is not swayed by the passions of the crowd, nor by the lure of personal gain. Instead, his soul is ordered. Reason alone governs, spirit defends, and desire obeys. Virtue, for Plato, is the indispensable counterpart to reason. Wisdom without virtue is cunning. Virtue without wisdom is mere innocence. The Philosopher King harmonizes the cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. By doing so, he becomes both model and master of ethical rule. The process of selecting and training Philosopher Kings is rigorous and exclusive. Plato envisions guardians who are tested continually, not only for intellectual prowess, but for character, resilience, and capacity for self-sacrifice. Only those who withstand the temptations of corruption, the seductions of power, and the perils of isolation are deemed fit to govern. Such a vision stands in sharp relief against the landscape of contemporary governance. Today's leaders, often propelled by public relations campaigns rather than moral and intellectual achievement, are seldom tested by the crucibles envisioned by Plato. The decline of philosophical education and the marginalization of virtue in politics threaten the fabric of society, undermining legitimacy and eroding trust. Plato's Philosopher King offers one remedy: return to the cultivation of reason and virtue as prerequisites for leadership. For individuals, this means the continual refinement of judgment, not only in political realms, but in the stewardship of families, communities, and enterprises. Reason must temper ambition. Virtue must guide action. Furthermore, Plato's ideal underscores the dangers of unchecked impulse, partisan loyalty, and thoughtless tradition. The Philosopher King seeks out difficult truths, challenges ingrained beliefs, and adapts policies to changing circumstances, all while anchored in immutable principles. He does not rule by force, but by persuasion. not by decree, but by dialogue. Yet Plato is not naive. He acknowledges that the ascent to philosophical kingship is arduous and rare. Societies that do not invest in education, that do not reward moral and intellectual excellence, are doomed to be ruled by inferior men, those who pursue pleasure, profit or power divorced from wisdom. What then may the modern reader glean from this ideal? First, the primacy of lifelong learning. The path of the philosopher king calls on each of us to embrace inquiry, humility, and open-mindedness. Second, the imperative of ethical integrity. Wisdom without virtue corrodes. Virtue without wisdom stagnates. Only their union can produce effective leadership. Third, and most urgently, Plato's ideal challenges societies to reimagine their criteria for leadership. Popularity and wealth cannot substitute for reason and virtue. Only by choosing and cultivating leaders who embody both can we hope to escape the cycles of discord and decline. The philosopher king, then, is as much a personal aspiration as a political principle. In our own spheres, we may embody this ideal by practicing reflexive self-examination, rigorous critical thought, and courageous commitment to the good. In doing so, we not only honor Plato's legacy, but also contribute to the construction of societies ordered by reason and justice. To rule or to live with reason and virtue is the challenge Plato offers to every age. May we accept his invitation and strive to be philosopher kings in word and deed. Chapter 9. The balance of soul. Harmony between reason, spirit, and desire. Among Plato's most lasting contributions to philosophy is his theory of the soul's structure. Introduced in both the Republic and the Phaedrus, it offers profound insight into the mechanics of human motivation, emotion, and virtue. Plato conceives the soul as tripartite: reason, logistikon, spirit, timoides, and desire, epithmetikon. Each part, while distinct, must work in concert if the individual is to attain harmony, flourishing, and moral clarity. Reason occupies the seat of the driver, tasked with discerning truth and charting the course of life. It is the faculty by which we think, reflect, judge, and direct our actions towards higher purposes. Unchecked, however, reason can become cold, rigid, or detached, a tyrant that ignores the passions that animate and energize life. Spirit, placed at the heart of the soul, is the wellspring of courage, resilience, and ambition. It is the force that propels us to stake out our convictions, defend our dignity, and pursue noble ends. Yet spirit alone may lead to recklessness, pride, or aggression if not subordinated to reason's guidance. Desire, the appetitive part, craves pleasure, comfort, and satisfaction. It houses the manifold urges for food, sex, power, and recognition. When governed, desire becomes a loyal servant, channeling energy into productive pursuits. Uncontrolled, however, it breeds chaos, addiction, and the dissolution of character. In Plato's schema, the well-ordered soul mirrors the well-ordered state. Reason must rule, spirit must defend reason's judgments, and desire must submit to lawful pleasure. The analogy to society is precise. Just as philosopher kings govern auxiliaries and producers, reason governs spirit and desire. Achieving this internal harmony demands continual effort. Plato advocates philosophical reflection as the principal means to train reason, ethical discipline to shape spirit, and temperance to moderate desire. Through dialogue, dialectic, and education, each soul can become attuned to its proper mode of being. Conflict between these parts is inevitable. Indeed, Plato recognizes the danger of psychic civil war. The man who permits desire to rule becomes enslaved to pleasure, losing sight of reason's mandates and spirit's courage. The individual dominated by spirit alone becomes contentious and domineering. Only by harmonizing these elements can one attain eudaimonia, a state of flourishing, happiness, and equilibrium. Plato's metaphor of the charioteer in the Phaedrus is illustrative. Reason, the charioteer, struggles to control two horses. The noble horse, spirit, supports the charioteer's commands. The unruly horse, desire, threatens to veer off course. The challenge is eternal, requiring vigilance, self-examination, and the cultivation of the virtues. In the modern context, Plato's psychology offers a powerful diagnostic tool. Many of our personal and societal maladies stem from the disintegration of the soul's harmony. Addiction, impulsivity, anxiety, and aggression. These are the symptoms of a soul at war with itself. Plato's remedy is twofold. Identify the sources of discord and undertake the lifelong project of integration. Education plays a central role. By fostering intellectual curiosity, ethical reasoning, and emotional resilience, individuals can reinforce reason, cultivate spirit, and moderate desire. Philosophy is not a luxury, but a necessity. Without it, one risks drifting aimlessly, pulled by every passing whim or passion. Contemporary psychological research echoes Plato's insights. The human mind is indeed multifaceted. Subconscious desires, emotional drives, and rational calculation vie for dominance. Modern therapies, CBT, mindfulness, emotional intelligence, owe much to Plato's blueprint, seeking to harmonize thought, feeling, and impulse. The path to balance, however, is neither linear nor easy. Plato does not promise unbroken serenity. Rather, he bids us accept the perennial struggle and to choose, again and again, the discipline of reflection, the courage of spirit, and the moderation of desire. Beyond the individual, Plato's tripartite model extends to organizations and societies. Corporate cultures marked by unchecked desire, profit at any cost, breed corruption and instability. Societies dominated by spirit, militarism, nationalism, risk perpetual conflict. Only where reason sets the agenda do societies thrive, advancing justice, creativity, and peace. For the reader, Plato's theory is both a challenge and a consolation. It affirms that human nature is complex, mutable, and capable of transformation. The work of harmony is unending, but its rewards are immense. Wisdom, self-mastery, dignity, and joy. Let each soul, then, become a microcosm of the ideal state. Let reason rule, spirit defend, and desire serve. Let the search for balance become the measure of a life well lived, and let Plato's ancient lesson guide modern minds towards wholeness. Chapter 10. The Education of the Mind, the Role of Philosophy in Growth. For Plato, education, paideia, is the architectonic force shaping both individuals and societies. More than the transmission of facts or techniques, education is the cultivation of the soul's deepest capacities, reason, virtue, the love of truth. In his dialogues, especially the Republic and Meno, Plato articulates a vision of education not as rote learning, but as an ascent, a journey from ignorance to understanding, from opinion to knowledge. Plato's educational ideal arises from his theory of the forms. The visible world, he argues, is but a shadow cast by invisible eternal realities. To grasp these realities, the forms of justice, beauty, goodness, requires more than sensory experience. It demands the exercise of reason through dialectic and philosophical reflection. Education, therefore, is not passive absorption, but active inquiry. Plato conceives the highest form of learning as the dialectical method, rigorous questioning, critical scrutiny, and the relentless pursuit of logic. In the Socratic method, the student is never allowed to rest in easy answers. He must challenge assumptions, interrogate beliefs, and refine arguments until only the gold of truth remains. The journey is arduous. Plato likens education to emerging from a cave, shedding the chains of ignorance, and gradually accustoming the eyes to the light of reality. This allegory of the cave stands as a metaphor for human development, the passage from the comfort of familiar illusions into the demanding clarity of knowledge. Philosophy occupies the summit of education. For Plato, it is not a specialty for the elite, but the essential vocation of every rational being. Philosophy trains the soul to discern the difference between appearance and reality, between prejudice and principle. It demands humility, courage, and patience, the virtues necessary to withstand the difficulty and ambiguity intrinsic to real learning. The role of education extends beyond personal growth. It is the foundation of a just society. Plato's never-ending emphasis on the moral dimension of schooling is clear. By educating citizens in reason and virtue, one constructs a polity capable of wise governance, lawful conduct, and harmonious living. Absent such education, societies descend into chaos, selfishness, and tyranny. In his scheme, the curriculum is rigorous and holistic. Physical training, music, mathematics, and logic all serve to discipline body and mind. Only those who excel are permitted to advance to the study of philosophy, culminating in the highest knowledge, the contemplation of the good. Education, then, is not a tool for economic gain, but an existential project, a formation of identity, character, and purpose. Plato's model rebuffs the instrumental view of learning common in the modern era. Knowledge, for him, is its own reward. It is the path by which the soul grows, matures, and fulfills its nature. Contemporary educational theory echoes and departs from Plato's vision. While specialization and technical prowess have blossomed, the decline of philosophical training threatens both intellectual rigor and ethical maturity. The separation of knowledge from virtue, skill from wisdom, has produced societies rich in information but poor in judgment. Plato's lesson is urgent. Reunite knowledge with virtue. Restore philosophy to the heart of education. In the era of misinformation and digital distraction, the capacity to think critically, to reason ethically, and to inquire patiently is more valuable than any technical skill. For the individual, education is a lifelong commitment. Plato insists that learning does not end in youth. The ascent to truth continues through every stage of life. The educated person is therefore not the one who knows facts, but the one who loves truth, who seeks understanding, and whose soul is shaped by integrity. Moreover, Plato's perspective offers a remedy to the crisis of meaning afflicting contemporary minds. By linking education to personal growth, intellectual discovery to moral formation, philosophy provides an anchor in a world dominated by flux and uncertainty. In practical terms, Plato's educational philosophy calls each reader to cultivate the disciplines of intellectual curiosity, self-reflection, and virtue. Seek teachers who challenge and inspire. Engage in dialogue that sharpens understanding. Read not merely for information, but for transformation. Plato's ancient lesson endures. Education is the ladder by which the soul ascends from darkness to light. Let philosophy be the guide, and let each mind grow toward its highest possibility. Chapter 11. The Art of Self-Examination, Knowing Thyself. In the sacred precincts of Delphi, inscribed above the temple entrance, stood a simple yet enigmatic command: know thyself. Plato adopted this Delphic maxim as a touchstone for philosophical inquiry, interpreting self-examination not as narcissistic introspection, but as the pursuit of the soul's deepest truths. For him, philosophy began with the courage to confront one's own ignorance, prejudices, and contradictions, a process both unsettling and ultimately liberating. The Platonic tradition teaches us that self-knowledge is foundational for all other forms of wisdom. And like the mere accumulation of facts, self-examination requires a relentless honesty and a willingness to peel away illusions. Plato's dialogues present the philosopher in constant interrogation, whether through Socratic questioning or dialectical engagement. In the Apology, Socrates famously declares that the unexamined life is not worth living, a contemplation born, challenge that reverberates in every age. To embark upon the journey of self-examination is first to recognize the layered complexity of the human psyche. Plato conceived the soul as divided, a tripartite harmony between reason, spirit, and appetite. The rational part seeks wisdom, the spirited part pursues honor and courage, while the appetitive part desires physical pleasure and satisfaction. The art of self-examination, therefore, entails discerning these elements within oneself, observing their interactions, and striving for balance. Modern psychology echoes these ancient insights, affirming that self-reflection fosters resilience, adaptability, and moral clarity. Yet the Platonic approach demands more than self-awareness. It calls for the cultivation of virtues. Courage, temperance, and justice are not passive attributes, but active choices shaped through the scrutiny of motives and actions. In this sense, knowing oneself is inseparable from becoming oneself, a continual process of refinement and actualization. Plato's allegory of the cave presents a powerful metaphor for self-examination. Those bound within the cave see only shadows, mistaking projections for reality. Only through introspective effort, the philosophical ascent, can one turn toward the light and apprehend truth. Plato challenges us to examine the sources of our beliefs. Are they inherited prejudices, untested opinions, or reasoned convictions? This interrogation precedes any quest for external understanding, for without self-knowledge, all other inquiries are built on sand. Practically, self-examination can take many forms. Meditation, journaling, dialoguing with trusted confidants, and studying philosophical texts all serve as mirrors for the inner life. Plato's dialogues themselves are intended to provoke reflection. They do not spoon-feed answers, but rather invite the reader into the dialectic, forging understanding through questioning and dialogue. In an age of distractions and superficiality, Plato's lesson endures with undiminished urgency. Social media, instant messaging, and curated online personas can lure us away from genuine understanding, offering simulacra in place of substance. To know oneself is to resist the tyranny of self-deception, to probe beneath appearances, and to navigate the labyrinth of motives, biases, and fears. It is to stand alone, courageously, before the tribunal of one's own conscience, a solitary yet universal pilgrimage. Ultimately, the art of self-examination is not an end, but a beginning, the door through which we pass into deeper inquiry, more authentic relationships, and higher levels of wisdom. Plato assures us that the pursuit is arduous, but the rewards are profound. By knowing ourselves, we gain the perspective required to engage meaningfully with the world, and we attune our lives to the highest ideals of reason, virtue, and truth. Chapter 12, Love and Beauty, the Ascent Toward the Divine. Plato's philosophy is permeated by a profound reverence for beauty and love, a realm where the limitations of the mundane world may be transcended in pursuit of the divine. In the Symposium, one of his most celebrated dialogues, Plato depicts love, eros, not merely as physical attraction, but as a ladder of ascent, guiding the soul from base desires toward the contemplation of pure, eternal beauty. Each rung of the ladder signifies a stage in the soul's development. The journey begins with the attraction toward individual bodies, a passion ignited by sensual allure. Yet Plato insists this is but the lowest form of love, a necessary starting point, but never a destination. The true lover, inspired by philosophical reflection, advances from particular forms to an appreciation of beauty itself, an immutable, perfect ideal existing independently of transient manifestations. Plato's conception of beauty transcends aesthetics. It becomes a moral force, a vector for self-transcendence. The philosopher-lover seeks to align his or her soul with the good, thereby attaining harmony and fulfillment. In this sense, love becomes a vehicle for virtue, compelling the individual to rise above selfish pleasure and cultivate wisdom. Through loving rightly, the soul learns to love wisely. The Phaedrus further elaborates on this ascent, portraying the lover as a charioteer guiding the twin horses of passion and reason. Here, the mythological imagery encapsulates the internal struggle to harmonize desire with rational aspiration. Plato suggests that the pursuit of beauty, if properly ordered, leads the soul to remember its divine origin, to recollect the forms glimpsed before birth, when it partook of the highest realities. In modern times, love and beauty are often commodified, reduced to fleeting experiences or objects of consumption. Plato's insights challenge us to recover the sacred dimension of human relationships, to approach romance, friendship, and even artistic appreciation as sacred quests. The ascent toward the divine remains relevant for those who seek depth over immediacy and meaning over mere sensation. This Platonic vision also invites a re-evaluation of the role of art and poetry. Far from mere entertainment, art becomes the intermediary between matter and spirit, capable of revealing glimpses of the ideal. When encountered with discernment, beautiful works elevate the soul, inspiring reverence and awe. Furthermore, Plato does not ignore the pitfalls of love. He is acutely aware of its power to deceive and corrupt. Misguided passion, untethered from reason, can enslave the soul, leading to obsession, jealousy, and folly. The ascent outlined in the Symposium is therefore both a challenge and a caution. Love must be refined, educated, and oriented toward wisdom. Within the Platonic system, then, love is a mystery and a discipline. It calls us to see beyond surfaces, to seek unity amid multiplicity, and to aspire toward the eternal. This path unfolds not in isolation, but in relationship, dialogue with others, commitment to ideals, and tender appreciation of the world's fleeting beauties. Each moment of genuine love, each encounter with beauty, becomes a stepping stone in the soul's pilgrimage. In embracing Plato's vision, modern readers are invited not merely to admire or possess, but to participate, to be transformed through the pursuit of a love that educates, elevates, and liberates. The ascent toward the divine is not a denial of the world, but its fulfillment. Beauty seen, love cherished, and the soul awakened to its truest self. Chapter 13, The Teacher and the Student, Lessons from Socrates. The relationship between teacher and student lies at the heart of Platonic philosophy, embodied most vividly in the figure of Socrates, the probing questioner, gadfly, and uncompromising guide. Plato's conversations with Socrates represent not just the transmission of knowledge, but the cultivation of wisdom, a dynamic interplay demanding courage, humility, and openness. Socratic pedagogy is rooted in dialogue, a process that eschews dictation in favor of inquiry. Socrates does not instruct by handing down definitive answers. Instead, he exposes assumptions, awakens critical faculties, and compels his interlocutors to think for themselves. This method, immortalized in the Apology, Meno, and Republic, remains the benchmark for genuine education. It fosters independence of mind and a spirit of perpetual questioning. Plato himself underwent this transformative apprenticeship. In dialogues such as the Phaedo, Euthyphro, and Crito, Socrates leads his students through the thickets of argument, ever challenging complacency. The lesson is clear. Philosophy is not a static body of doctrine, but an activity, a way of engaging with the world and others. To be a student is not merely to receive information, but to risk discomfort and doubt. To be willing to unlearn as much as learn. The student's journey often begins with confusion, a beneficial state, according to Socrates, for it signals the recognition of ignorance. Rather than concealing uncertainty, the philosopher makes it the launching pad for investigation. In Plato's dialogues, error becomes opportunity. Mistaken beliefs are not condemned but examined, turning each failure into illumination. Central to this relationship is the notion of maiutics, the midwifery of ideas. Socrates likens his method to helping his students give birth to insights that reside within them. The teacher, then, is not a master, but a facilitator of growth. Knowledge, in the Platonic sense, cannot simply be transferred. It must be awakened. Modern education has much to glean from this ancient model. In an era often dominated by standardized testing and rote memorization, the Socratic approach offers an antidote, emphasizing dialogue, constructive challenge, and the cultivation of virtues such as patience and humility. Plato's depiction of Socrates suggests that the highest aim of teaching is to draw forth potential and inspire excellence. Moreover, the relationship between teacher and student is reciprocal. In the symposium, for example, we find not only teaching but mutual learning, the flow of ideas enriching both parties. Plato's academy emerges as a community of seekers bound by shared inquiry, where hierarchy dissolves in the face of truth's demands. Yet the Socratic method is not without its dangers. Questioning can unsettle, provoke resistance, and even, as history attests, lead to alienation or persecution. Socrates himself paid the ultimate price, condemned for corrupting the youth of Athens. Plato subtly reminds us that the pursuit of wisdom may be misunderstood, even feared, in societies resistant to change. In the modern context, the teacher-student dynamic is crucial for revitalizing democracy. Ethical reasoning and cultural understanding, dialogue, interrogation, and humility are safeguards against dogmatism, tools for nurturing thoughtful citizens rather than passive consumers of information. In summary, Plato's lesson is profound. Education is not about molding conformity, but igniting freedom. The best teacher does not instruct what to think, but how to think, inspiring the courage to wander the uncharted domains of knowledge and the humility to remain ever a student. In the echo of Socratic questions, we hear the enduring promise of philosophy to liberate minds, refine hearts, and advance the human quest for understanding. Chapter 14, The Shadows of Society. Why People Resist Truth. Plato's allegory of the cave stands as one of the most evocative images in all philosophy, a narrative portrait of humanity's resistance to truth and the obstacles that undermine the pursuit of wisdom. In this tale, prisoners are chained within a subterranean cavern, able to see only shadows projected on a wall, mistaking these silhouettes for the sum of reality. This metaphor reveals the psychological and social forces that conspire to sustain ignorance. The shadows represent prevailing myths, platitudes, and conventions, the accepted beliefs that provide comfort and coherence but often distort or conceal deeper realities. Plato highlights a perennial challenge, the reluctance of individuals and societies to face uncomfortable truths, preferring illusion and habit to uncertainty and transformation. The prisoners in the cave are not evil. Rather, they are human. Fear, inertia, and attachment bind them to the familiar. Plato argues that enlightenment, emergence into the light of truth, requires both intellectual and moral courage. The journey upward is painful, involving the disintegration of old certainties and exposure to new, dazzling realities. In the allegory, the liberated prisoner initially resists the sunlight, overwhelmed by unfamiliar brilliance, a poignant commentary on the difficulty of adjusting to higher forms of knowledge. Resistance to truth persists not only at the individual, but the collective level. Social norms, traditions, and institutions may perpetuate falsehoods, defending the status quo against inquiry and dissent. Plato's dialogue emphasizes the complicity of the group. Those who remain in the cave may ridicule, ostracize, or even threaten those who escape, evidencing the danger faced by truth-tellers. Modern parallels abound. The information age, while granting unprecedented access to data, also enables the proliferation of echo chambers, propaganda, and confirmation bias. Plato's cave is no mere artifact of ancient Athens. It thrives in the algorithms of social media, the curation of news, and the polarization of discourse. The resistance to truth is amplified by incentives to conform and the anxieties provoked by uncertainty. Plato's analysis transcends mere diagnosis. It offers a prescription First, the philosopher must cultivate a spirit of question-asking, refusing complacency and pressing beyond appearances. Second, the intellectual ascent requires community, a circle of fellow seekers who encourage and challenge. The solitary pursuit of truth is noble, but ultimately precarious. The philosopher needs allies, just as the cave's escapee benefits from guidance. Third, Plato anticipates the backlash that may await those who return to the cave bearing knowledge. The truth, once discovered, imposes an ethical obligation to enlighten, persuade, and risk opposition for the sake of the common good. This social dimension of philosophy underscores the importance of dialogue, education, and the protection of dissenting voices. The allegory also invites reflection on personal obstacles to truth. Cognitive dissonance, pride, and fear of rejection are formidable barriers. To overcome them is to cultivate humility, openness, and the willingness to be transformed. Plato assures us that enlightenment is not an achievement, but a process, an ongoing commitment to clarity, honesty, and self-correction. In conclusion, the shadows of society are not simply out there. They inhabit our own minds and relationships. By confronting and dispelling illusion, Plato teaches us to embrace the discomfort of questioning, the discipline of reason, and the audacity of hope. The resistance to truth may be universal, but so too is the possibility of awakening. Philosophy is the lamp that guides the prisoner toward the sunlight, revealing not just what is, but what might be. Chapter 15. The Ethics of Wisdom. Living with integrity and purpose. For Plato, ethics is inseparable from wisdom, a lived realization of truth manifest in character and conduct. The pursuit of the good, in Platonic thought, is not an abstract exercise but a concrete imperative, demanding that individuals align their lives with the highest ideals of reason, justice, and integrity. At the core of Platonic ethics lies the concept of virtue, arete, understood as excellence in thought, emotion, and action. Plato's cardinal virtues, wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, are not isolated attributes, but interrelated dimensions of a well-ordered soul. The philosopher seeks not only to know what is right, but to become right, forging unity between understanding and being. In the Republic, Plato constructs his ideal society as a reflection of the just individual. Each person, like each class in the city, must perform their proper function harmoniously, guided by reason. Justice, then, is more than legalistic fairness. It is the flourishing of the whole, the integration of personal and communal well-being. The ethical life is one marked by balance, purpose, and attention to the greater good. Living with integrity for Plato demands both inner and outer discipline. The soul must resist the seductions of impulse and habit, subordinating desire to rational deliberation. This does not entail repression, but ordering. Appetites and ambitions are transformed through education and self-mastery. Plato's Socrates models this approach, choosing principle over expediency even at the cost of his life. Purpose animates this ethical vision. Each person is endowed with a distinctive nature and calling to be discovered through self-examination and cultivated through action. The philosopher is not content with drifting. He or she seeks direction, meaning, and fulfillment in pursuit of the good. Plato critiques the distractions of wealth, fame, and pleasure, arguing that true happiness resides in the harmony of soul and the service of truth. Ethical living, however, is not solitary. Plato affirms the importance of friendship, community, and civic engagement as crucibles for virtue. The practice of justice demands engagement with others, the negotiation of conflicting interests, and the willingness to sacrifice for higher ends. Philosophy is as much social as it is personal, a way of participating in the common life. Contemporary challenges, corruption, polarization, erosion of trust, underscore the urgency of Platonic ethics. The cultivation of wisdom is the antidote to cynicism and despair, enabling individuals and societies to resist injustice and forge paths toward reconciliation and mutual respect. Practically, ethics begins with small choices: honesty in speech, fairness in judgment, courage in adversity, and generosity in relationships. Plato insists that each moment offers opportunity for the exercise of virtue, a chance to translate aspiration into action. In so doing, we not only transform ourselves, but set an example, inviting others into the pursuit of the good. Plato does not promise that the ethical life will be easy or rewarded. The philosopher's path is often lonely, misunderstood, or scorned. Yet the commitment to integrity and purpose yields a happiness untainted by circumstance, a joy born of fidelity to one's values and ideals. In sum, the ethics of wisdom is a discipline of living. It requires vigilance, humility, and perseverance. It demands constant recalibration and reflection. Plato's vision invites us to orient ourselves toward the highest goods, to shape our character in accordance with the truth, and to act in ways that reflect our deepest convictions. Here, in the integration of reason, virtue, and purpose, human flourishing is found, a beacon for those who would live not only wisely but well. Chapter 16, The Power of Thought, Creating Reality Through Reason. In Plato's philosophical universe, thought is not merely a passive observer of reality, it is its very creator, shaping and distilling the essence of truth from the shifting appearances of the day. The notion that reason is a generative force rather than a bystander is fundamental to understanding Platonic thought. This chapter seeks to unravel how Plato understood the power of thought, its capacity to forge reality, and the profound implications this has for individuals and societies alike. Plato's allegory of the cave, found in his magnum opus, The Republic, is perhaps the most vivid illustration of the transformative power of thought. Here, prisoners are chained in darkness, seeing only shadows projected on a wall. Their reality is limited to these illusions until one escapes into the light, discovering a world more authentic and vibrant than anything previously imagined. This journey is emblematic of the philosophical ascent, from ignorance to knowledge, from belief to understanding. Plato posits that it is not external circumstances, but the cultivation of reason that liberates us from the shackles of illusion. For Plato, the mind is a craftsman, sculpting the forms that structure reality. He was convinced that only through systematic inquiry and rational discourse could one attain the immutable truths, the forms, that underpin the flux of the physical world. The form of the good, in particular, stands as the ultimate principle, enlightening all that is knowable and all that is valuable. In contemporary terms, Plato reminds us that thought shapes action, perception, and even the boundaries of possibility. How does this ancient insight translate to modern experience? In today's world, we are besieged with data, information, and competing narratives. The proliferation of social media, news cycles, and virtual realities has rendered the line between truth and appearance increasingly tenuous. Plato's message that the disciplined exercise of reason is the foundation of authentic reality offers a remedy to this epistemic crisis. By cultivating philosophical habits, questioning, analyzing, and seeking coherence, we are better equipped to discern truth from falsehood, substance from spectacle. Moreover, the power of thought is not isolated to the purely intellectual realm. For Plato, reason and character are intertwined. Rational reflection guides ethical action. To think well is to live well. The philosophical life, far from a detached pursuit, is an active engagement with the world, demanding integrity, courage, and the humility to revise one's beliefs in light of evidence and argument. The Platonic tradition, passed down through the centuries, has inspired countless thinkers to wield thought as a creative force. From the scientific revolutions of the Enlightenment to the technological innovations of the digital age, the legacy of Platonic reason endures. To think like Plato is to recognize that reality, in all its complexity, is shaped by the ideas we hold, the questions we ask, and the principles we commit to. In the chapters that follow, this insight will serve as a touchstone, reminding us that philosophy is not a relic of the past, but a living practice, forging the world anew through the power of thought. Chapter 17, The Limits of Knowledge, Embracing Mystery and Wonder. Plato's engagement with the limits of knowledge is at once profound and paradoxical. While he championed the search for timeless truths, he was acutely aware of the boundaries that circumscribe human understanding. In this chapter, we delve into Plato's recognition of epistemic limits, his embrace of wonder as the beginning of philosophy, and how acknowledging ignorance paves the way for deeper wisdom. At the heart of Platonic philosophy lies the acknowledgement that knowledge, while noble, is never complete. In dialogues such as Meno and Phaedrus, Plato famously draws attention to the Socratic paradox: "I know that I know nothing." This statement, far from an admission of defeat, is an invitation to inquiry, a radical humility that opens the door to perpetual questioning and intellectual growth. It is the spark that ignites wonder, the sense of awe that motivates philosophical investigation. Plato's metaphysics distinguishes between the world of forms, perfect, immutable and true, and the world of sensory experience, which is mutable, fleeting, and often deceptive. While reason enables ascent to the realm of forms, Plato contends that our embodied existence necessarily limits our grasp of ultimate reality. The pursuit of knowledge thus becomes a journey, not toward absolute certainty, but toward ever greater clarity and depth. This journey begins and ends in wonder, a virtue Plato considered essential for both philosophers and citizens. In the modern context, the limits of knowledge are acutely felt. Scientific advancements have expanded the boundaries of the known universe, yet have simultaneously multiplied the mysteries that remain unsolved. Quantum physics, neuroscience, and cosmology testify to realms where certainty dissolves into probability and where answers give rise to deeper questions. In this landscape, Plato's insistence on epistemic humility is more relevant than ever. Philosophy for Plato is an exercise in awe, a disciplined wonder that resists the temptation of dogmatism. He teaches us to embrace uncertainty, not as a source of anxiety, but as a catalyst for creativity and imagination. To recognize the limits of one's knowledge is to become truly wise, for it is only from the vantage of acknowledged ignorance that growth becomes possible. Practically, this means fostering an intellectual culture that values humility over hubris, dialogue over monologue, and curiosity over complacency. In an age polarized by certainty and ideological rigidity, Plato's lesson is vital. The most potent questions are those that unsettle us, that invite us to see beyond our certainties, and to dwell in the mystery of the unknown. Plato's legacy is not one of finished edifices of thought, but of open temples, spaces where wonder and mystery are cherished. Through his dialogues, he invites each of us to become seekers, lovers of wisdom, who, through recognizing the limits of knowledge, find themselves perpetually drawn to the horizon of understanding. Chapter 18, From Athens to the World, Plato's Global Influence. Few thinkers have enjoyed the worldwide influence that Plato has achieved. Born in 428 BCE in Athens, his philosophical legacy has permeated cultures, institutions, and disciplines across centuries and continents. This chapter traces the journey of Plato's ideas from the city-state of Athens to the wider world, illuminating the enduring forces that have made his philosophy a global phenomenon. The foundations of Plato's influence were laid in the Academy, the first institution dedicated to philosophical inquiry in the Western tradition. Here, students gathered to debate the nature of reality, virtue, and governance, the Platonic model of education, dialogical, dialectical, and relentless in its pursuit of the good, became a template copied by countless educational systems. The academy itself foreshadowed universities, whose spirit of inquiry persists to this day. Plato's dialogues, crafted with dramatic flair and intellectual tension, transcended the historical boundaries of Greece. His conceptions of justice, the ideal state, and the philosopher king inspired Roman statesmen, Christian theologians, Islamic philosophers, and Renaissance humanists. Figures such as St. Augustine, Al-Farabi, and Marsilio Ficino adapted Platonic metaphysics to their own religious and cultural contexts, weaving Plato's ideas into the fabric of diverse civilizations. In the modern era, Plato's influence expanded through the spread of classical education. His works became central texts in the curricula of Europe and the Americas, shaping the intellectual formation of generations. Political theorists turned to Plato to grapple with issues of democracy, authority, and individual freedom. Scientists and mathematicians drew on Platonic theories of ideal forms to analyze mathematical truths and physical laws. Artists and writers, enchanted by Platonic notions of beauty and transcendence, infused their works with his themes. The global impact of Plato is not merely academic. His ideas have penetrated the social and cultural spheres. In India, philosophers integrated Platonic dialectics with Vedantic traditions, fostering rich exchanges between East and West. In the Islamic Golden Age, thinkers such as Avicenna and Averroes harmonized Aristotelian and Platonic ideas, disseminating them through the Abbasid Caliphate. Plato thus became a bridge, uniting disparate cultures in the common quest for wisdom. Today, Plato's influence is evident in the language of justice, education, and the common good. He provides a vocabulary, a set of conceptual tools for addressing perennial issues. In the arenas of law, politics, and ethics, Plato serves repeatedly as both model and critic, challenging us to aspire beyond the limits of the present. The universality of Plato's philosophy lies in its adaptability. His ideas have proved robust enough to survive radical shifts in thought and circumstance, yet supple enough to enrich diverse traditions. As we navigate the challenges of globalization, a world marked by plurality and interconnection, Plato's teachings offer a foundation for dialogue, cooperation, and understanding. The ascent from Athens to the world has made Plato not merely a Greek philosopher, but a global sage, a master whose lessons belong to all humankind. Chapter 19, Relevance in the Digital Age, Plato and Modern Society. The accelerating march of technology has thrust humanity into a new era, where digital reality is shaping consciousness, relationships, and even moral decision-making. Plato, though separated from our era by millennia, offers perspectives strikingly pertinent to these contemporary questions. In this chapter, we explore how Platonic philosophy addresses the transformations of the digital age, guiding us through ethical dilemmas, cognitive challenges, and the quest for meaning in a world mediated by machines. To understand Plato's relevance today, we must first grasp his conviction that reality is not merely given, but constructed through reasoned inquiry. The digital age, marked by artificial intelligence, social media, and ubiquitous data, is a realm where appearances and realities can diverge dramatically. Plato's allegory of the cave, with its shadows and illusions, finds new resonance. Are our online experiences reflections of truth, or merely mediated representations designed to captivate, manipulate, and sometimes deceive? Digital technologies have amplified the spread of information, but they have also intensified the risk of misinformation and cognitive echo chambers. Plato's emphasis on dialectic, the disciplined exchange of ideas, serves as an antidote to polarization and intellectual fragmentation. In a world of instant communication, The virtues of careful reasoning, critical dialogue, and reflective judgment are more essential than ever. Perhaps most critically, Plato's ethical philosophy demands that we use technological power for the good. As algorithms increasingly shape social interactions and political discourse, the question arises: who decides what is just, true, and beautiful in the digital public square? Plato's notion of the philosopher king, the ideal ruler guided by wisdom rather than passion or profit, serves as a provocative ideal against the backdrop of technocratic governance and digital monopolies. His vision invites us to cultivate leaders whose decisions are shaped by knowledge, virtue, and an unwavering commitment to the common good. The digital age also presents new opportunities for self-knowledge and personal development. Plato argued that philosophy was not only a collective enterprise, but also a path to individual flourishing. With the advent of online education, virtual communities, and AI-powered learning, Platonic inquiry can reach wider audiences than ever before. The challenge, however, is to ensure that the pursuit of wisdom is not throttled by distractions, superficiality, or algorithmic determination. Finally, the tension between permanence and change, a central theme of Plato's metaphysics, mirrors the rapid evolution of digital technologies. The world of forms represents enduring value, while the material world is in flux. In today's society, this tension manifests in the struggle to anchor ethical standards and human dignity amid ceaseless innovation. Plato's philosophy provides not only a critique of the digital age, but a roadmap for navigating its complexities. By embracing reason, cultivating virtue, and fostering genuine dialogue, we can ensure that technology serves human flourishing rather than undermining it. In this way, Plato remains as relevant now as he was in ancient Athens, a guide for modern minds seeking wisdom in a world transformed. Chapter 20, The Philosopher's Legacy, Living the Life of the Mind. The ultimate measure of Plato's influence is not found in abstract doctrines, but in the living legacy of the philosophical life. Plato championed the cultivation of the mind as the highest calling, one requiring both intellectual rigor and moral discipline. In this chapter, we probe the contours of Plato's vision for a life governed by thought, examining how his legacy finds expression in contemporary pursuits, practices, and ideals. Plato's conception of the philosopher was radically active. The life of the mind, he argued, was not confined to seclusion or scholarly study, but was an engaged communal enterprise. Dialogues such as Symposium and Phaedrus depict philosophy as a vibrant, embodied activity, pursued through conversation, debate, and shared inquiry. For Plato, the goal was not to arrive at final answers, but to refine one's reasoning, cultivate virtue, and foster a sense of wonder. To live philosophically is, in Plato's terms, to seek the good in all things. This means interrogating assumptions, weighing evidence, and striving for justice, not only in the public sphere, but in the governance of one's own soul. Plato's theory of the tripartite soul, reason, spirit, and appetite, emphasizes the necessity of harmonizing these elements, allowing rational wisdom to guide action and passion. In the modern context, Plato's legacy is visible in the emphasis on lifelong learning, critical reflection, and civic engagement. The philosophical life calls for intellectual humility, a willingness to revise beliefs, learn from others, and embrace uncertainty. It also demands courage, the ability to stand by one's convictions in the face of adversity. Education, for Plato, was not merely a preparation for employment, but a process of moral and intellectual formation. The proliferation of philosophy departments, ethical think tanks, and public forums testifies to the continued relevance of Platonic ideals. The philosopher's legacy is not restricted to academia. It lives on in the practices of journalists, scientists, artists, and citizens who approach problems with imagination, rigor, and an abiding sense of responsibility. Plato's emphasis on dialogue remains a cornerstone of democratic societies. where deliberation and reasoned debate are essential to collective decision-making. The philosopher's legacy also includes a commitment to justice, an aspiration to render society fairer, more inclusive and oriented toward the common good. Living the life of the mind, according to Plato, is not an escape from the world, but a way of engaging it more deeply. As the world changes, the need for thoughtful, ethically guided individuals becomes ever more pressing. Plato's legacy challenges each of us to become philosophers in our own right, thinkers who seek wisdom, embody virtue, and nurture curiosity. In embracing this legacy, we recognize that the philosophical life is a lifelong journey, a continual striving toward understanding, compassion, and excellence. In this way, Plato's teachings endure, not as static relics, but as living inspirations for all who aspire to the life of the mind. If you found this video helpful, inspiring, or entertaining, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss out on future content. Your support means the world. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. In an age oversaturated with information, opinions, and instant judgments, the quest for genuine understanding and wisdom has never been more pressing. The modern world, with its relentless pace and unyielding focus on surface-level engagement, has paradoxically distanced individuals from the time-honored art of deep thinking. Yet when one looks back into history for guidance on thoughtful inquiry, few figures loom as profoundly as Socrates, the classical Greek philosopher, whose legacy continues to influence intellectual discourse millennia after his death. Socrates did not leave behind written treatises or elaborate systems of thought. Instead, his philosophy survives through dialogues and teachings that reveal a method of inquiry, relentless questioning, rigorous self-examination, and unwavering pursuit of truth. If we aspire to deepen our understanding of ourselves, the world, and the values that direct our lives, we must first learn to think like Socrates. Before we dive in, make sure to subscribe and hit that like button to support the channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an audiobook that could change your life. Now let's begin. Enjoy. Chapter 1. The Socratic Legacy. Why deep thinking matters. Socrates stands as an enduring symbol of intellectual courage and inquiry. His legacy is not one of static doctrines, but of a dynamic approach that places deep thinking at its very core. To understand why deep thinking matters, we must first examine the context in which Socrates operated and the values he espoused, values that remain astonishingly pertinent. In 5th century Athens, Socrates confronted a society marked by certainty and convention. The city thrived on rhetoric, commerce, and tradition, and yet, within this sophisticated culture, Socrates saw a profound absence, the willingness to question, to look beneath the surface, and to seek authentic understanding. He famously declared, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a proclamation that challenges every individual to probe beneath the subtleties of daily existence. Socrates did not claim mastery over knowledge. Rather, he embraced ignorance as the starting point for inquiry. He would confront citizens, politicians, and experts, engaging them in dialectical exchanges that revealed the limitations of their understanding. These dialogues did not serve to humiliate, but to illuminate, exposing the unstable foundations upon which their opinions rested. The Socratic method, as later thinkers described it, became a powerful tool for dissecting beliefs, fostering humility, and propelling the search for wisdom. Deep thinking, in the Socratic sense, involves more than logical analysis. It entails a commitment to self-examination and an openness to revisiting even our most cherished beliefs. In an era inundated with unchecked assertions, memes, and instantaneous conclusions, Socrates' emphasis on reflective skepticism becomes a vital antidote to intellectual complacency. The mastery of deep thinking equips us to resist herd mentality, challenge inherited assumptions, and forge a path toward genuine understanding. Why does deep thinking matter in today's landscape? The answer lies in its transformative capacity. It empowers individuals to make decisions rooted not in impulse or popularity, but in reasoned deliberation. It nurtures intellectual resilience and shields the mind from manipulation. Moreover, it serves as the bedrock for personal growth. The more rigorously we scrutinize our convictions, the closer we approach genuine wisdom. Socrates taught that truth is neither simple nor immediate. It must be sought diligently and often lies buried beneath layers of misconception. Deep thinking, therefore, is not merely an academic exercise, but an existential imperative. It is the quality that distinguishes those who drift through life from those who live purposefully, conscious of their values and place in the world. In this chapter, we explore the origins of the Socratic legacy and its enduring relevance. We examine the essential qualities of Socratic inquiry: humility, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of clarity. By understanding why deep thinking matters, we lay the foundation for a lifelong engagement with wisdom, a quest that begins with the simple but profound act of questioning everything. Chapter 2, Know Thyself, the Foundation of Wisdom. Among the various aphorisms attributed to Socrates and the Delphic oracle, Know Thyself stands the test of time as a cornerstone of philosophical wisdom. This principle lies at the heart of Socratic inquiry. To master the art of deep thinking, one must first turn inward, engaging in the rigorous process of self-examination. Socrates believed that true wisdom was born not from external knowledge, but from self-knowledge. The individual who understands their own motivations, desires, biases, and limitations is uniquely equipped to approach the world with clarity. This process is neither simple nor comfortable. It requires the willingness to confront the complexities of one's nature, including the darker recesses of thought, which are often hidden from casual introspection. To know thyself is to recognize both strength and frailty. Socrates demonstrated this through constant questioning, not only of others, but of himself. He understood that the most dangerous form of ignorance is self-deception, and that unchecked assumptions about one's own character can lead to misjudgment, misconception, and moral error. The journey to self-knowledge begins with honest reflection. One must cultivate mindfulness, observing the patterns of thought and emotion that shape their actions. This not only involves exploring conscious beliefs, but also acknowledging unconscious influences. Socrates advocated for continual dialogue, not as mere discourse, but as a vehicle for revealing the subtleties of the mind. Through conversation, individuals are forced to articulate and justify their beliefs, exposing inconsistencies and areas of confusion. Furthermore, Socratic self-inquiry extends beyond the intellectual realm. It encompasses ethical and emotional dimensions as well. To know oneself is to understand one's values, capacities for empathy, and the moral compass that guides decision-making. In the absence of such understanding, individuals risk living inauthentically. governed by the expectations and pressures of society rather than personal conviction. In practical terms, the cultivation of self-knowledge is an ongoing process. It involves journaling, dialogue, meditation, and the persistent questioning of motives and desires. Socrates himself was famed for his humility, his readiness to admit ignorance, and his perseverance in examining his own views. This humility serves as a shield against arrogance and opens the mind to new insights. The foundation of wisdom is steeped in the recognition that perfection is unattainable, but improvement is always possible. The daily practice of knowing oneself is an act of courage and discipline, inviting deeper levels of awareness and understanding. For Socrates, those who neglect this integral process are liable to, in his words, lead lives that are not truly their own. Thus, self-knowledge stands not only as a philosophical ideal, but as a practical necessity for anyone who aspires to think deeply and live authentically. Chapter 3, The Art of Questioning, Challenging Assumptions. Central to Socratic practice is the art of questioning. Socrates was as much an interrogator as a philosopher, renowned for his relentless pursuit of clarity through dialogue. He recognized that most individuals cling to assumptions, beliefs inherited from family, culture, or personal experience, without ever examining their validity. Socratic questioning is a disciplined process. It goes beyond mere curiosity. It seeks to disassemble the structures of thought to reveal what lies beneath. The method is deceptively simple. Ask a question, receive an answer, challenge the answer with a deeper question, and continue this process until the underlying premises are exposed. The aim is not to score rhetorical points, but to illuminate the foundations of belief. Why is challenging assumptions so critical to deep thinking? Unexamined beliefs appear self-evident, yet these are often the source of error and misunderstanding. Socrates would often encounter experts who espoused confident opinions, only to find that their knowledge rested on shaky ground. By systematically questioning their beliefs, he revealed contradictions and ambiguities, encouraging his interlocutors to reconsider their positions. The art of questioning requires skill and tact. A poorly framed question can evoke defensiveness, while a thoughtful inquiry can stimulate genuine reflection. Socrates employed techniques such as feigned ignorance, Socratic irony, leading questions and analogies to propel conversations into deeper territory. His dialogues, preserved by Plato, illustrate the power of probing, open-ended questions that invite others to participate in the discovery of truth. Moreover, questioning challenges intellectual comfort zones. Individuals are often reluctant to scrutinize cherished beliefs, fearing uncertainty or social reproach. However, as Socrates argued, the willingness to question is the pathway to growth. Intellectual courage is built not through the accumulation of facts, but through the relentless pursuit of understanding, even when that pursuit undermines one's prior convictions. The process of Socratic questioning has important applications beyond philosophy. In science, politics, education, and daily life, the ability to challenge assumptions fosters innovation and ethical decision-making. Leaders who cultivate this skill avoid the pitfalls of groupthink and dogmatism. Students who engage in Socratic dialogue become critical, adaptable thinkers. To master the art of questioning is to embrace uncertainty as a source of strength. Every assumption should be weighed, tested, and if necessary, discarded in favor of clearer insights. Socratic questioning is not about eroding confidence, but about building it on solid foundations. For those who dare to challenge assumptions, the reward is a mind liberated from bias and a vision unclouded by presumption. Chapter 4. Ignorance as Strength, Embracing What You Don't Know. In stark contrast to the prevailing values of ancient Athens, Socrates regarded ignorance not as a failing, but as a sign of intellectual honesty and strength. His famous declaration, "I know that I am intelligent because I know that I know nothing," reveals the paradoxical wisdom at the heart of his philosophy. To master deep thinking, one must cultivate a nuanced relationship with ignorance. Ignorance, for Socrates, is the admission of limitations. It is the recognition that knowledge is always partial and that certainty is often illusory. This perspective stands as a bulwark against arrogance. The individual who acknowledges ignorance is uniquely poised to learn, whereas those who claim perfect understanding are closed to further growth. Embracing ignorance is both a moral and intellectual act. Socrates demonstrated this in his dialogues, where he assumed the role of a humble inquirer rather than a didactic authority. He invited others to challenge his views, exposed his own doubts, and refrained from offering definitive answers. This humility fostered an environment in which genuine learning could take place. The strength of ignorance lies in its capacity to engender curiosity. When we admit what we do not know, we open ourselves to exploration, experimentation, and revision. Socratic ignorance is productive because it supplies the motivation necessary for inquiry. It is not mere passivity, but an active engagement with the unknown, signaling the readiness to pursue truth wherever it may lead. In contemporary society, the cult of expertise often discourages such humility. The pressure to project certainty, to offer swift solutions, or to dominate debates leads to superficial discussion and intellectual stasis. Socrates' alternative is radical: to suspend judgment, to question confidently held positions, and to remain in a state of perpetual learning. To embrace ignorance is not to revel in confusion, but to celebrate the process of learning. Socratic philosophy frames ignorance as the wellspring from which wisdom flows. Every question, every dialogue, and every insight is conditioned by the recognition that there remains more to discover. This has profound ethical implications as well. Individuals who admit ignorance are less prone to dogmatism and more willing to seek out diverse perspectives. In practice, cultivating Socratic ignorance demands vigilance. It requires the suppression of pride, the restraint of premature judgment, and the fostering of curiosity. Those who succeed in this endeavor unlock a powerful form of resilience, capable of adapting to new information and revising beliefs in light of compelling evidence. The art of deep thinking, therefore, is inseparable from the humility of ignorance. It is through this admission of unknowing that we begin the journey toward insight, transforming weakness into strength and confusion into wisdom. Socratic ignorance is not a remnant of naivety, but the signature of a mind forever attuned to the possibilities of understanding. Chapter 5. Truth through Dialogue: The Power of Conversation. Socrates' approach to philosophy was uniquely dialogical. He believed that truth emerges not in isolation, but through conversation, dynamic, challenging, and collaborative. His legacy rests upon his artful engagement with others, illuminating the power of dialogue as a tool for deep thinking. Dialogues serve as platforms for testing ideas, examining beliefs, and discovering new perspectives. Socrates did not operate as a remote sage, but as a participant, inviting others into the process of inquiry. Through carefully structured conversations, he revealed inconsistencies, guided interlocutors toward clarity, and fostered an atmosphere of intellectual rigor. The power of Socratic dialogue lies in its openness. Participants must be prepared to listen, not merely to defend their positions. Genuine conversation demands humility and flexibility. It challenges individuals to articulate their beliefs, respond to critique, and revise their views as new evidence emerges. Central to this practice is the notion of dialectic, the interplay of opposing arguments. Socrates advanced his dialogues by juxtaposing conflicting positions, pushing each party to uncover assumptions and refine their thinking. This process does not guarantee consensus. Rather, it sharpens insight and reveals the nuances of complex issues. In deep thinking, dialogue serves as a crucible, The friction of competing ideas generates sparks of revelation, forcing participants to confront ambiguities and uncertainties. Socratic dialogue is not combative, but collaborative. Its purpose is to seek truth wherever it may reside, even if that means overturning cherished convictions. In the contemporary world, the power of dialogue remains indispensable. Political polarization, cultural division, and ideological echo chambers threaten the possibility of genuine understanding. Socratic dialogue offers an alternative, a commitment to reasoned discourse, mutual respect, and open inquiry. Practicing truth through dialogue involves developing key skills: active listening, thoughtful questioning, and empathetic engagement. It requires a willingness to pause, reflect, and thoughtfully respond rather than react. By mastering these skills, individuals can transform conversations from battlegrounds to laboratories of thought. Furthermore, Socratic dialogue has ethical implications. It fosters empathy, tolerance, and intellectual humility. It enables individuals to see the world through others' eyes, reducing the risk of dogmatism and prejudice. The power of conversation, therefore, extends beyond intellectual gains to encompass social and moral development. In summary, Socrates teaches that dialogue is the pathway to truth. It is through the exchange of ideas, the challenging of assumptions, and the willingness to revise beliefs that wisdom is cultivated. By embracing the power of conversation, deep thinkers become architects of insight, builders of understanding, and champions of reasoned discourse. Chapter 6. Logic and Reason, Tools of the Rational Mind. The reliability of deep thinking rests on the foundation of logic and reason. Socrates was a master of dialectical reasoning, using systematic argumentation to expose contradictions, clarify concepts, and seek truth. For those striving to think deeply, the cultivation of logic and reason is not optional. It is the indispensable toolset of the rational mind. Logic, in its most basic sense, is the discipline of valid inference. It involves recognizing patterns, scrutinizing arguments, and drawing conclusions that reliably follow from established premises. Socrates, by questioning definitions and seeking logical consistency, elevated philosophy from idle speculation to disciplined analysis. Reason, as Socrates understood it, extends beyond mere calculation. It is the faculty that enables individuals to weigh evidence, compare alternatives, and make sense of complex phenomena. Reason underpins ethical inquiry, scientific investigation, and everyday decision-making alike. The Socratic method exemplifies reasoned discourse. Socrates would dissect statements, challenge inconsistencies, and require his interlocutors to defend their positions with logical precision. This process revealed not only the strengths of arguments, but also their vulnerabilities. In deep thinking, the tools of logic and reason serve multiple purposes. They protect the mind against deception and fallacy. They illuminate ambiguities, enabling a clearer distinction between truth and falsehood. They foster intellectual autonomy, cultivating the capacity to think for oneself, even in the face of social pressure or persuasive rhetoric. Mastery of logic involves recognizing common fallacies, such as ad hominem attacks, false dilemmas, and slippery slopes. Socrates, through rigorous questioning, prevented intellectual shortcuts, compelling himself and others to adhere to strict standards of validity and consistency. Reason, meanwhile, empowers individuals to navigate uncertainty. It encourages the synthesis of information, the weighing of probabilities, and the construction of coherent worldviews. Socratic reason is dynamic, open to revision, and fundamentally skeptical of easy answers. To foster logic and reason, students of Socratic thought must practice analyzing arguments, identifying premises and conclusions, and scrutinizing evidence. They must be willing to suspend judgment, to follow the argument wherever it leads, and to modify their beliefs accordingly. Through the disciplined use of logic and reason, deep thinkers cultivate minds that are both resilient and flexible. They become equipped to tackle complex problems, negotiate ethical dilemmas, and discern truth amid conflicting claims. Socrates models not a rigid dogmatism, but a passionate commitment to rational inquiry. By mastering the tools of the rational mind, individuals gain the power to engage meaningfully with the world, defend their beliefs, and pursue wisdom in all aspects of life. Chapter 7. The Dangers of Opinion. Thinking Beyond the Crowd. Throughout his life, Socrates warned against the dangers of following opinion uncritically. He observed that many individuals, rather than thinking deeply for themselves, simply absorb popular views, surrendering their autonomy to the dictates of the crowd. In his dialogues, Socrates relentlessly challenged public consensus, urging his interlocutors to examine the foundations of their beliefs. Opinion, as Socrates saw it, is frequently unreliable. It is shaped by emotion, social pressure, and the allure of conformity. When individuals abandon critical scrutiny in favor of expediency, they become vulnerable to error, manipulation, and ethical compromise. The dangers of opinion are not confined to intellectual error. They extend into the realm of moral peril. Relying on the crowd's judgment often leads individuals to support injustice, overlook nuance, and perpetuate harmful traditions. Socratic philosophy demands independence, an allegiance to reason rather than popularity. Thinking beyond the crowd requires both courage and discipline. Socrates exemplified this quality, enduring ridicule, ostracism, and ultimately death for his refusal to submit to conventional opinion. His life stands as a testament to the virtues of intellectual autonomy and the responsibilities it entails. The process of transcending opinion involves examining one's sources of belief, questioning media narratives, and remaining alert to the influence of group dynamics. It requires the cultivation of skepticism, the willingness to stand apart, and the strength to defend unpopular but reasoned conclusions. Socratic thinkers practice intellectual resilience. They value dialogue, seek evidence, and test every viewpoint against standards of logic and ethical reasoning. They are not immune to error, but they refuse to trade independent thought for social acceptance. In contemporary society, the dangers of unchecked opinion are magnified by technology, social media, and rapid information exchange. The urge to align with popular sentiment is strong. The risks of dissent can be serious. Nonetheless, Socratic deep thinkers commit themselves to the integrity of reasoned inquiry. By thinking beyond the crowd, individuals develop a capacity for authentic judgment. They recognize that truth is often uncomfortable, unpopular, or counterintuitive. Socratic philosophy empowers them to seek clarity, resist manipulation, and act in accordance with reason. Even in the face of formidable opposition, the dangers of opinion cannot be eliminated, but they can be managed. Through vigilance, dialogue, and self-examination, deep thinkers cultivate minds that are both independent and principled. Socrates' example speaks urgently to us. Wisdom, courage, and resilience are won by those who dare to think beyond the crowd. Chapter 8. Moral Inquiry. Seeking the good and the just. The Socratic tradition begins with a question: what is the good? What is justice? These are not simply theoretical abstractions, but central concerns that undergird every facet of human life. To Socrates, moral inquiry was both a personal and communal responsibility. He understood that the quality of a society depended not merely on its laws, but on the virtue of its citizens, and that virtue itself needed to be interrogated, defined, and understood through persistent questioning. Socrates approached moral questions with an unrivaled intensity. The streets of Athens became his classroom, and its citizens his fellow seekers. Rather than lecturing, Socrates preferred dialogue, inviting others to examine their beliefs about virtue, justice, and goodness. Through a process known as elencus, or the Socratic method, he dismantled superficial answers, exposing inconsistencies and forcing participants to reconsider their assumptions. The first step in Socratic moral inquiry is to recognize the complexity of ethical concepts. Words such as goodness, justice, and virtue may appear simple, yet their meanings shift across contexts and cultures. This ambiguity is not a weakness, but an invitation to deeper investigation. Socrates insisted that true moral understanding arises not from inherited convention, but from rigorous examination of one's beliefs and motives. Consider the question, what does it mean to act justly? Socrates might begin by asking for examples of just actions, then discern whether these actions share a common feature. Is justice merely adherence to law, or does it demand something more? Through persistent questioning, Socratic inquiry reveals that law and morality often diverge, prompting the individual to seek principles enduring beyond transient statutes. Central to Socratic inquiry is the distinction between knowing and believing. Socrates famously asserted, "I know that I know nothing," emphasizing the danger of presumed knowledge. In moral inquiry, this humility fosters openness. One must be willing to challenge even the most cherished convictions, recognizing that persistent self-deception lies at the heart of moral stagnation. The process of Socratic questioning is not merely intellectual, it is transformative. The relentless pursuit of the good and the just, though often disruptive, refines the soul, forging wisdom from the friction of doubt. In Socratic dialogue, participants become co-seekers, united in the shared quest for clarity. Socratic moral inquiry also extends to action. Socrates believed that knowledge and virtue are intimately connected. To know the good is to be compelled toward it. Thus, the examination of what is good and just is not simply academic, but guides one's choices and behaviors. This conviction prompted Socrates to stand by his principles even in the face of condemnation, refusing to abdicate his moral duties for personal safety. In contemporary terms, Socratic moral inquiry challenges us to scrutinize our ethical beliefs, test our motives, and interrogate the values of our society. Whether considering issues of justice in governance, equity in relationships, or personal integrity, the Socratic tradition demands persistent questioning, dialogue, and critical self-examination. To practice Socratic moral inquiry, cultivate habits of questioning. Ask, why do I consider this action good or just? What evidence supports my belief? Engage in dialogue with others. Test your ideas against counter-argument, always seeking greater precision and coherence. Reflect on the possibility of error. Consider how your upbringing, environment, or emotions may have shaped your beliefs. Commit to action aligned with reason. Let your understanding of the good and the just guide your choices, even when they challenge comfort or convenience. Through these practices, you begin the journey at the heart of Socratic philosophy, seeking not easy certainty, but enduring wisdom in the realm of moral inquiry. Chapter 9, Intellectual Humility, the Path to True Understanding. Socratic thinking is grounded in the virtue of intellectual humility, a quality both radical and rare. To possess intellectual humility is to acknowledge the limits of one's own knowledge and to remain open to learning from every encounter. Socrates demonstrated this virtue not only in his famous admission of ignorance, but in the way he approached each conversation as a genuine opportunity to uncover truth. Why is intellectual humility so essential to deep thinking? Because the human mind is prone to error, bias, and self-deception. Our beliefs, particularly those most cherished, often rest on questionable foundations. The Socratic tradition recognizes that certainty can be an obstacle to understanding, locking the mind in patterns of defensiveness and unexamined assumptions. To walk the path to true understanding, one must first recognize the barriers. Pride, ego, and the comfort of certainty are formidable obstacles to genuine inquiry. Socrates confronted these barriers searchingly, often provoking discomfort in those he questioned. His dialogues reveal that intellectual humility is not passive acceptance, but an active stance, a willingness to challenge oneself, admit mistakes, and revise one's views. The development of intellectual humility requires deliberate practice. Ask yourself, am I willing to acknowledge gaps in my understanding? Do I actively seek out perspectives that challenge my own? Socrates modeled this openness by welcoming contradiction, seeing every objection as a pathway to refinement rather than defeat. Philosophical humility also demands the recognition of complexity. In the Socratic tradition, answers are rarely simple. The deeper one delves, the greater the intricacies revealed. True understanding emerges from embracing this complexity, refusing the lure of oversimplification. Socrates famously did not offer easy answers, preferring ambiguity to false certainty. This discomfort fosters growth, compelling the individual to probe ever more deeply. Moreover, intellectual humility is inseparable from dialogue. Socrates understood that wisdom arises not in isolation, but in conversation. By listening attentively and responding thoughtfully, one cultivates a mind attuned to nuance and subtlety. Socratic dialogue is not a contest of superiority, but a cooperative search for truth, requiring patience, empathy, and mutual respect. In today's world, intellectual humility is more crucial than ever. The information age tempts us with rapid judgments and superficial conclusions. Socratic thinking resists these impulses, inviting a slower, more considered approach. It encourages us to ask, what do I truly know, and what remains obscure? What perspectives have I neglected? Intellectual humility creates the conditions for growth, permitting the expansion of understanding. How can one cultivate intellectual humility practically? Practice self-examination. Routinely question your certainty and embrace the possibility of error. Seek dialogue with those who disagree, striving to understand rather than defend. Adopt a posture of curiosity, greeting novelty and contradiction as avenues for learning. Accept ambiguity, valuing questions as much as answers. Socratic intellectual humility enables the journey toward genuine wisdom, holding the mind in a state of creative tension between knowing and not knowing. This virtue, more than any other, allows the individual to move beyond superficial understanding and approach the deep waters of thought. Chapter 10. Observation and Reflection. Seeing beyond appearances. At the heart of Socratic thinking lies a dual commitment to observation and reflection. Socrates cautioned against being deceived by appearances, arguing that reality is seldom as simple as it superficially seems. Deep thinking in the Socratic tradition requires the cultivation of a keen eye and a contemplative mind, an ability to perceive subtlety, contradiction, and complexity where others see only the obvious. Observation is not merely passive reception, but active engagement. Socrates urged his interlocutors to examine not only their own beliefs, but the world that surrounded them. What is this thing that I behold? What lies beneath its surface? What causes it to be as it is? Through such questioning, Socrates modeled a way of seeing that pierced convention and revealed deeper truths. Reflection. The second half of this dual process involves turning inquiry inward. Having observed the world, the Socratic thinker asks, what do I make of this? How does it resonate with my beliefs, my emotions, and my values? Reflection transforms observation into understanding, integrating external phenomena with internal wisdom. To see beyond appearances, Socrates often employed analogies and thought experiments. In the Republic, for example, he uses the allegory of the cave to challenge readers' assumptions about reality and knowledge. Shadows on the wall are but mere reflections of a deeper, hidden truth, just as the opinions and beliefs we inherit may merely echo larger, underlying concepts. observation and reflection together offer protection against error. By scrutinizing phenomena, the Socratic thinker avoids hasty judgments. By reflecting deeply, he questions not just what is seen, but how it ought to be interpreted. Socrates encouraged an attitude of curiosity and skepticism, never taking anything at face value. In practice, cultivating observation demands attention. Socrates did not merely glance at the world. He examined it, searching for inconsistencies and nuance. This attentiveness is the antidote to distraction, allowing the thinker to notice what others ignore and thereby uncover deeper layers of meaning. Reflection, meanwhile, demands honest self-appraisal. Socrates understood that bias and desire often cloud judgment, urging a process of critical self-examination. What do I hope to see? What fears or wishes color my perceptions? Through such inward questioning, the Socratic thinker begins to understand her own mind as well as the world. In contemporary life, observation and reflection are more challenging, yet more necessary than ever. The pace of modern existence threatens to erode both attention and contemplation. Socratic deep thinking offers a remedy, inviting us to slow down, observe keenly, and reflect deeply. To cultivate observation and reflection, dedicate time to careful examination of your surroundings. Notice patterns, contradictions, and subtleties. Regularly step back from your observations and ask, what do these things mean to me? Challenge yourself to interpret experiences from multiple perspectives. Seeking insight rather than judgment, record your reflections, creating a journal of your evolving thoughts and perceptions, seeing beyond appearances through the dual lens of observation and reflection enables the Socratic thinker to pierce the veil of superficiality and approach reality as it truly is. Chapter 11. Emotional control, thinking without distraction. Emotions are both the wellspring of human vitality and a formidable source of distraction. Socratic philosophy recognizes that the pursuit of deep thinking requires the discipline to master one's emotions, rather than being mastered by them. Emotional control, in this sense, is not the suppression or denial of feeling, but its thoughtful regulation, an alignment of passion with reason. Socrates observed that uncontrolled emotions cloud judgment, distort perception, and thwart the search for truth. Anger, fear, desire, and pride can entangle the mind, redirecting inquiry into the service of self-interest or defense. Thus, deep thinking necessitates the cultivation of emotional restraint, so that reason may guide rather than be led. The Socratic method itself is a study in emotional control. Socrates was often confronted by hostility, ridicule, and misunderstanding, yet remained steadfastly composed. His dialogues demonstrate how patience, calmness, and equanimity transform even the most contentious debate into an opportunity for insight. Emotional control begins with awareness. The Socratic thinker is attuned to the ebb and flow of feeling, recognizing emotional currents as they arise. What am I feeling in this moment? How do these emotions shape my reactions and judgments? Such self-monitoring prevents impulsivity and enables reflective reasoning. Regulation, the second step, involves the conscious guidance of emotion. When anger flares, the Socratic thinker pauses, breathing deeply and reframing the situation from multiple angles. When fear or pride clouds perception, he challenges these feelings, seeking evidence and perspective. Socratic self-mastery is not a rejection of emotion, but its integration into a balanced approach to thought. Emotional control also facilitates dialogue. Socrates understood that heated argument seldom produces clarity. By remaining calm, listening attentively, and refusing to retaliate, the Socratic thinker models a standard of composure that invites others into more thoughtful conversation. This self-restraint is crucial for the practice of the Socratic method, transforming debate into shared inquiry. In the modern world, emotional distraction is particularly pervasive. Social media, rapid communication, and incessant stimulation all threaten to undermine emotional equanimity. The Socratic tradition offers a remedy, a commitment to personal discipline, reflection, and self-regulation. To cultivate emotional control, practice regular self-awareness exercises. Monitor your emotional state and its effect on your thinking. Develop strategies for regulation, deep breathing, reframing and delay of reaction. Engage in dialogue with the spirit of composure, resisting the urge to defend or retaliate. Reflect on how your emotions inform and potentially distort your judgments. Through emotional control, the Socratic thinker creates the conditions for deep, undistracted inquiry. By guiding feeling with reason, he unlocks the potential for genuine insight and profound understanding. Chapter 12. The Discipline of Doubt, Testing Every Belief. Socratic philosophy is distinguished by its relentless commitment to doubt as a precursor to truth. The discipline of doubt is not cynicism or nihilism, but a systematic testing of every belief, refusing to accept any proposition, however cherished. Without rigorous examination, Socrates believed that the unexamined life is not worth living. This dictum reflects the possibility and the peril of uncritical acceptance. Beliefs, customs, and traditions, once inherited without scrutiny, become obstacles to genuine wisdom and ethical living. The Socratic thinker embraces doubt not as a threat, but as a tool for illumination. The process of Socratic doubt is meticulous. Each belief, no matter how foundational, is subjected to questioning. What is the evidence for this idea? What are its alternatives? What are its implications? Through such inquiry, Socrates exposed contradictions, ambiguities, and errors, laying the groundwork for a clearer understanding. Doubt, in this tradition, is closely allied with humility. Socrates recognized that certainty often conceals ignorance. By embracing uncertainty, the thinker opens the mind to new possibilities, preventing the calcification of dogma. The discipline of doubt is therefore an invitation to perpetual inquiry. Socratic doubt is also collaborative. Dialogue becomes a laboratory for testing ideas, with each participant contributing to the scrutiny of belief. Socrates modeled respectful skepticism, refusing to belittle opponents while insisting on the importance of critical examination. In the context of everyday life, the discipline of doubt safeguards against manipulation, prejudice, and complacency. It compels the thinker to resist the allure of easy answers and to challenge assumptions that have gone unchecked. Deep thinking thereby becomes a bulwark against error and illusion. To practice the discipline of doubt, routinely question even your most fundamental beliefs. Seek evidence and consider alternative viewpoints before reaching conclusions. Engage in dialogue with those who hold different perspectives, seeking challenge rather than comfort. Welcome uncertainty as a sign of intellectual integrity, not weakness. By cultivating the discipline of doubt, the Socratic thinker fashions a mind equal to the rigors of deep philosophical inquiry. Doubt is transformed from an obstacle to an ally, clearing the path toward genuine wisdom. Chapter 13. Ethical Living, Applying Philosophy to Daily Life. For Socrates, philosophy was never a mere academic exercise. It was the blueprint for ethical living. Socratic deep thinking compels the individual not only to discern what is true, but to live in accordance with that truth. Ethical living, in the Socratic tradition, demands the integration of moral inquiry and philosophical understanding into every aspect of daily existence. Socrates modeled this integration in his own life, choosing poverty over comfort, honesty over popularity, and principle over self-interest. His dialogues challenge readers to ask not only what they believe, but how their beliefs inform their actions. The distinction between knowing and doing for Socrates was ultimately illusory. The truly wise person is inexorably drawn toward virtue. Applying philosophy to daily life requires persistent self-examination. Each choice, each action becomes an occasion for Socratic inquiry. Is this decision aligned with justice, goodness, and reason? What are its consequences for self and others? Through such questioning, ethical living emerges not as the adherence to abstract principles, but as a commitment to integrity in practice. Socratic philosophy also encourages courage. Ethical living often demands the resistance of pressure, ridicule, or temptation. Socrates himself faced condemnation rather than betraying his principles, showing that the application of deep thinking can require sacrifice. The Socratic thinker must therefore cultivate bravery, willing to stand by what reason reveals, no matter the cost. Dialogue is central to ethical living. By engaging others in reflection, debate, and shared inquiry, the Socratic thinker refines moral understanding and strengthens community bonds. Such conversation is not mere talk, but a vital method for testing ideas, challenging injustice, and building consensus. Ethical living in the modern world is fraught with complexity. The cacophony of competing values and rapid social change complicates the search for virtue. Socratic thinking offers guidance, persistent questioning, courageous action, and the unity of thought and deed. To apply philosophy to daily life, examine each decision through the lens of reason, justice, and goodness. Resist the temptation to compromise virtue for convenience, popularity, or gain. Foster dialogue on ethical matters with family, colleagues, and community. Commit to ongoing self-examination, recognizing the possibility of error and the need for growth. Socratic ethical living transforms philosophy from theory to practice, guiding the individual toward a life of integrity, virtue, and purpose. Chapter 14. The Socratic Method in Modern Times. The enduring relevance of the Socratic method is evident in its continued application across disciplines, and it is particularly vital in the context of the modern era. As a systematic mode of questioning, reflection, and dialogue, the Socratic method remains a powerful tool for critical thinking, ethical inquiry, and personal growth, originating in the philosophical dialogues of ancient Athens. The Socratic method has now permeated education, law, science, and leadership. Its practice involves not only questioning but listening, inviting participants to clarify, defend, and reconsider their positions. In modern classrooms, for example, Socratic questioning encourages active engagement, dialogical learning, and the cultivation of independent thought. The method has particular pertinence in an age of information overload and ideological polarization. Socratic questioning challenges individuals to move beyond partisanship and superficiality, searching for nuance and precision. In law, it is the bedrock of cross-examination. In science, it underpins the testing of hypotheses. In leadership, it fosters ethical decision-making and adaptive problem-solving. The Socratic method also remains deeply relevant at a personal level. The rapid tempo of contemporary life threatens to erode both reflection and respect for complexity. Socratic inquiry pushes back, encouraging the slowing of thought, the opening of dialogue, and the pursuit of clarity amidst chaos. Implementing the Socratic method in modern times involves embracing several key strategies. Persistent questioning, refusing to accept surface-level answers or received wisdom. Dialogical engagement, treating conversation as mutual exploration, not mere contest. Intellectual humility, recognizing the limitations of knowledge and welcoming challenge. Systematic doubt, testing every concept for coherence, evidence, and consequence. These practices have the power to bridge divides, challenge dogma, and foster deeper understanding. At a societal level, the Socratic method encourages civility, skepticism, and wisdom, qualities urgently needed in an era of misinformation and division. For the individual, the Socratic method transforms ordinary thought into deep inquiry. It invites the reader to become not just a passive recipient of culture, but an active participant in the shaping of truth and virtue. Applying the Socratic method in modern times is therefore both a philosophical discipline and a moral imperative. Chapter 15. Reason versus emotion. Finding the balance. The perennial tension between reason and emotion has been a central theme in philosophical discourse, and nowhere is this interplay more pivotal than in the Socratic tradition. For Socrates, the capacity to reason, to question, analyze, and evaluate was essential to the pursuit of the good life. At the same time, he recognized that human beings are not purely rational creatures. Emotions are powerful motivators that inform their experiences, values, and choices. The challenge, then, lies in harmonizing these two forces to foster sound judgment and authentic living. Reason, as Socrates understood, is the faculty that enables critical thinking and self-examination. Through dialectic and rigorous questioning, one can strip away the layers of preconceived notions, biases, and unexamined beliefs. Socratic reasoning is neither cold nor detached. It is rooted in a profound concern for truth and ethical conduct. It insists that clarity of thought be matched with moral purpose, and that every conviction be open to scrutiny. Emotion, conversely, infuses life with meaning, passion, and commitment. Socrates did not seek to eradicate emotion, nor did he deem it inherently inferior to reason. Rather, he advocated for the tempering of emotion by rational reflection. Emotions, when unchecked, can lead to impulsivity, partiality, or the distortion of reality. Yet when integrated thoughtfully with reason, they become allies in the cultivation of wisdom. The courage to face difficult truths, the compassion to understand others, and the resolve to pursue justice are all ennobled by emotion channeled through rational inquiry. The balance between reason and emotion is not a static state, but an ongoing process. For the modern thinker, developing this balance entails mindful self-observation and intentional practice. The first step is awareness, recognizing the presence and influence of emotions in one's judgments. Techniques such as mindful reflection, pausing before reacting, questioning the motivations that underlie choices, and seeking clarity in moments of emotional turbulence embody the Socratic spirit. Moreover, dialogue plays an essential role. Engaging in honest, respectful conversation with others allows for the testing of ideas and the sharing of differing perspectives. Socratic dialogue is designed not as a contest, but as a collaborative search for truth. In this process, both reason and emotion shape the outcome. Reason guides the structure of inquiry, while emotion animates the values and motivations underlying the exchange. Examples abound in daily life. Consider decision-making in complex situations, such as ethical dilemmas or interpersonal conflicts. Reason might suggest a particular course of action based on evidence and principle, while emotion may challenge or reinforce that decision through empathy or personal attachment. The wise thinker seeks not to suppress emotion, but to interrogate its foundations. Is the emotion justified? Does it reflect a virtue worth pursuing? Is it clouding judgment, or is it illuminating aspects of the situation previously unseen? Socrates believed that virtues, courage, temperance, justice, wisdom, are the products of reason disciplined by emotion, and emotion refined by reason. To achieve balance, one must grapple with the ongoing internal dialogue between these faculties. Journaling, meditation, and reflective questioning are valuable practices that foster self-understanding and cognitive harmony. In the quest to think like Socrates, therefore, each thinker must undertake the lifelong project of integrating reason and emotion. This is not a pursuit of perfect balance. It is a dynamic, evolving conversation within the self. It is a journey towards self-mastery and ethical clarity, built on the understanding that reason and emotion in partnership are the twin foundations of the examined life. Chapter 16. Thinking for yourself in a conforming world. In every era, the pressure to conform has exerted a profound influence upon the formation of thought. From the subtle expectations of family and peers to the overt demands of culture and society, individuals face relentless forces that encourage uniformity in beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. Socrates, whose commitment to independent thinking often placed him at odds with the conventions of his time, stands as a beacon for those who aspire to intellectual autonomy. Thinking for oneself is both a privilege and a responsibility. Socratic independence is not the mere rejection of the collective. Rather, it is the steadfast determination to examine, question, and validate one's beliefs before adopting them. It requires courage, the willingness to face disapproval, misunderstanding, or even hostility. Socrates endured ridicule, isolation, and ultimately death for refusing to surrender his principles to the crowd. His life demonstrates that true freedom is found not in the absence of external constraint, but in the mastery of one's own mind. The modern world presents new forms of conformity, magnified by technological advancement and social interconnectedness. Social media, information echo chambers, and the rapid proliferation of opinion can seduce the thinker into passivity and acceptance. Algorithms curate news, popularity shapes discourse, and dissent becomes marginalized. The challenge is to retain the inner space necessary for independent thought. Cultivating Socratic independence begins with the discipline of questioning. The Socratic method, asking penetrating questions that expose contradictions, assumptions, and gaps, fosters intellectual resilience. One learns to distinguish between what is known and what is merely believed, and to trace opinions to their origins. This method is invaluable in confronting prevalent narratives and resisting the allure of easy consensus. Self-examination must be paired with openness. Socratic thinkers are committed to dialogue. They seek out disagreement, welcome correction, and value the diversity of viewpoints. Rather than defending their own positions as unassailable, they remain receptive to new information and willing to revise beliefs. This openness is not weakness, but strength, a refusal to be governed by pride or dogma. The obstacles to independent thinking are manifold. Fear of isolation, desire for acceptance, and aversion to conflict can subvert autonomy. Socrates faced such obstacles and overcame them not by withdrawing from society, but by engaging it vigorously and holding himself accountable to reason. The examined life, in his view, was not solitary. It was conducted in relationship to others within the context of a community. The key is to participate actively without being subsumed, to connect without losing oneself. Practical steps can aid the modern reader in this endeavor. Establishing routines of reflective solitude, such as daily contemplation, reading widely, and maintaining a critical journal, helps to clarify personal convictions. Seeking diverse sources of information and cultivating friendships across ideological divides broaden perspective. Engaging respectfully with disagreement and practicing intellectual humility strengthens resolve. To think for oneself is to be alive in the deepest sense. It is to experience the world through one's own consciousness, rather than through the borrowed scripts of others. Socratic independence is not isolationist or antisocial. It is the foundation of genuine participation and meaningful contribution. In the conforming world, it is both the antidote to stagnation and the engine of progress, fueling the ongoing dialogue between society and the insightful individual. Chapter 17, The Pursuit of Wisdom over Knowledge. In an age that prizes information, the distinction between knowledge and wisdom is often blurred. Socrates insisted that wisdom is not equivalent to the possession of facts or skills. Rather, it is the capacity to discern what truly matters, to align thought with virtue, and to live in accordance with truth. "I know that I know nothing," Socrates famously declared, a paradoxical admission that reveals the depth of his commitment to wisdom. Knowledge, in the modern sense, consists of data, theories, and skills acquired through education and experience. It is valuable, even indispensable in navigating the practicalities of life. Yet it is insufficient for guiding moral action, resolving existential questions, or fostering human flourishing. Wisdom arises when knowledge is subjected to reflection, context, and ethical consideration. Socrates did not disparage knowledge. He sought to transcend it. Through relentless inquiry, he urged his interlocutors to move beyond the accumulation of facts and toward the cultivation of self-knowledge. This process entails recognizing the limits of one's understanding, questioning the foundations of beliefs, and striving for intellectual humility. The wise person is not the one with all the answers, but the one who knows which questions to ask, and who acknowledges ignorance where it exists. Wisdom is characterized by perspective, the ability to weigh competing values, foresee consequences, and make balanced judgments. Socrates exemplified this by refusing to be swayed by popular opinion or transient emotions. He engaged with others in pursuit of truth, emphasizing the importance of living a life directed by reasoned principle rather than mere convention. The pursuit of wisdom requires virtues that knowledge alone cannot confer. Chief among these is humility, the recognition that every viewpoint is partial and every theory contingent. Alongside humility is courage, the willingness to challenge deeply held assumptions and to embrace discomfort in the pursuit of understanding. Patience is also essential, for wisdom unfolds over time. Through sustained reflection and dialogue, contemporary society offers unprecedented access to information, yet often lacks the frameworks for transforming knowledge into wisdom. Education systems, workplaces, and media prioritize the transmission of facts. Rarely do they encourage the kind of contemplative inquiry that Socrates championed. The Socratic pursuit of wisdom requires intentional effort, prioritizing depth over breadth, substance over surface, and meaning over utility. Practical strategies for cultivating wisdom abound. One must set aside time for silent reflection, seek out mentors and philosophical guides, and expose oneself to the writings and ideas of diverse thinkers. Studying history and literature illuminates the complexity of human experience, offering lessons in empathy and perspective. Participating in philosophical dialogue, asking why and to what end, sharpens discernment and fosters maturity. Ultimately, the pursuit of wisdom is a lifelong commitment to growth. It entails continual re-examination of one's beliefs, openness to revision, and dedication to living with integrity. Socrates' legacy is not the doctrine he left behind, but the example he set, a ceaseless striving for excellence and authenticity. To prioritize wisdom over knowledge is to honor the highest calling of the human mind, to unite understanding with virtue in the service of the examined life. Chapter 18. Living an Examined Life, Socrates' Final Lesson. Socrates' death is one of the most stirring moments in philosophical history, emblematic of the cost and the courage of living an examined life. His refusal to flee or recant his beliefs, despite the threat of execution, underscores the profundity of his commitment. The examined life is not a mere intellectual exercise. It is a path of integrity sustained through adversity. The examined life, as articulated by Socrates, comprises a relentless commitment to self-awareness, ethical reflection, and the pursuit of truth. It demands the questioning of habitual behaviors, social norms, and personal assumptions. Socrates challenged his fellow Athenians to look beyond the superficialities of status and reputation, focusing instead on character and virtue. In his final days, Socrates modeled the examined life through dialogue and composure. Rather than railing against fate, he used his trial and imprisonment as opportunities for philosophical inquiry. He conversed with friends and foes alike, dissecting arguments and probing the foundations of justice, courage, and piety. Even in the shadow of death, Socrates maintained serenity, a testament to the harmony between thought and life. The lessons of Socrates' final days speak powerfully to the modern reader. The examined life is not devoid of suffering or uncertainty. Rather, it provides a framework for transcending them. Through reflection, individuals can confront fears, face mortality, and cultivate resilience. Socratic examination fosters inner harmony, enabling one to navigate turmoil with grace and steadiness. Integral to this process is the practice of daily reflection. Socratic thinkers set aside time to ponder their actions, scrutinize motivations, and evaluate outcomes. They ask themselves, have I pursued virtue today? Did I act according to my principles? Did I seek out truth, even when it was uncomfortable? Such inquiry is not self-indulgent. It is the crucible of growth. The examined life also extends outward, enhancing relationships and communities. Dialogue based on mutual respect, openness, and the pursuit of understanding deepens connections. Socratic examination elevates conversation above mere exchange, transforming it into shared discovery. The benefits ripple outward. Families, workplaces, and societies shaped by the collective quest for insight and virtue. Societies flourish when individuals aspire to the examined life. Transparency, civic engagement, and moral leadership depend upon it. The alternative, unthinking conformity, cynicism, or indifference, erodes the foundations of trust and progress. To live an examined life is a revolutionary act, requiring courage, honesty, and persistence. Socrates' final lesson is not merely the story of one man's end, but an invitation to every reader to take up the challenge of self-examination, pursuing wisdom and virtue in every circumstance. It is the legacy of a life lived deeply and authentically, and the enduring promise of philosophy to those bold enough to question and grow. Chapter 19, Becoming a Modern Philosopher, Applying Socratic Thinking Today. The transition from ancient philosophy to the modern world presents both challenges and opportunities. Socratic thinking, characterized by questioning, dialogue, and self-examination, remains remarkably relevant, offering individuals a roadmap for navigating the complexities of contemporary life. To become a modern philosopher is to adapt timeless principles to new contexts, employing them as tools for personal growth, ethical clarity, and societal engagement. Modern societies are defined by rapid change, uncertainty, and diversity of belief. The information age amplifies both the reach and the risk of ideas. Socratic thinking equips individuals to decipher the noise, identify the substantive issues, and engage in reasoned deliberation. At its core, this approach demands intellectual humility, the readiness to revise opinions, admit ignorance, and seek improvement. One foundational practice is the cultivation of critical questioning. Socrates challenged his interlocutors to justify their ideas, uncover assumptions, and explore consequences. Modern philosophers apply similar techniques in analyzing news, evaluating policies, and making personal decisions. Asking, why do I believe this? Or what is the evidence? Fosters discernment and inoculates against manipulation. Dialogue remains essential. Socratic conversations are marked by civility, curiosity, and a mutual desire for truth. In professional environments, this approach transforms meetings from adversarial contests into opportunities for joint problem-solving. In personal life, it deepens intimacy by inviting reflection and empathy. The ethical dimensions of Socratic thinking are particularly vital. Socrates viewed philosophy as a way of life, not merely an intellectual pursuit. Modern philosophers seek to integrate their insights into daily conduct, choosing careers with purpose, treating others with respect, and confronting injustice wherever they find it. The commitment to virtue, even when difficult, distinguishes Socratic excellence. Obstacles to Socratic thinking are real. The pace of modern life, the pressure to conform, and the prevalence of distraction can undermine philosophical inquiry. Practical strategies include setting aside protected time for reading, reflection, and dialogue, minimizing distractions, and prioritizing quality over quantity in one's intellectual pursuits. Technology, paradoxically, offers both risks and opportunities. While it can foster superficiality, it can also connect thinkers across boundaries and expose individuals to diverse perspectives. Active engagement rather than passive consumption is the key. Participating in thoughtful online forums, attending philosophical discussions, and sharing insights with others. Finally, the modern philosopher recognizes the importance of community. Socrates flourished through engagement with others, and contemporary thinkers can find support and inspiration in like-minded groups, academic societies, or informal circles. The examined life is a shared endeavor, enriched by collective pursuit and mutual accountability. To apply Socratic thinking today is to live deliberately, to question assumptions, pursue wisdom, engage in dialogue, and strive for virtue. It is a powerful antidote to confusion, anxiety, and superficiality, empowering individuals to carve meaning and clarity out of the ambiguity of the modern world. The Socratic tradition endures as a living guide, inviting each of us to become philosophers in our own right. If you found this video helpful, inspiring, or entertaining, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss out on future content. Your support means the world. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.